Testing. What's up, everybody? How's it going? Welcome to the stream. "96 frames per second on YouTube is asking how I'm holding up. It's good to see you, FBS. I think I'm good. It's always hard to tell for me. Usually it's like later on that I look back and I'm like, I wasn't doing so well at that point. In the thick of it, it's always hard to tell. But I think right now I'm doing pretty good. How about yourself? How about everybody else? How's it going, everybody? So welcome to a stream. I'll be reading an essay. This essay is called "Of Mr. Booker T. Washington and Others: The Political Economy of Racism in the United States." It is by Judith Stein, and it is in this text right here that is going to be backwards in the screen. But you have it proper up there. You can look up where we have the website chat. I have the book PNG up on screen. It says, "Renewing Black Intellectual History, Adolph Reed Jr. and Kenneth W. Warren." My goal, well, I'm not trying to blast out my speakers. Sorry about your earbuds. My goal today is not to give you the kind of take. I wasn't recording. Okay, now we're recording. Okay. Welcome. Salami. Welcome. Looking forward to this useful way to use time. Thanks. Yeah, JD Forrester, good to see you. Hey, finally caught another one of these. It says be awesomeful. Yeah, welcome everybody. It's good to see you all. First order of business before I talk about what I'm not trying to do, and then I try to say what I am trying to do with this reading. Today is the day. Today is a long-awaited day when I have officially been blessed with... What the hell is this? What the hell is this? Come on now. Okay, there we go. With the ability to multi-stream without having to worry about what Twitch might do to me. I tried to zoom in on it. I don't know if that's going to work, but the email's right there. That's my point. They said, "Hello, Theory Pleeb. We have removed your account from the affiliate program. You will be sent your due payment in compliance with our affiliate payout policies." Those payout policies say that if I didn't have $100 waiting for me yet, or anything more than $100, then I won't get anything back. And I don't care whether they're going to give me a payout or not. I want it to be able to restream, and I want to have a little bit more autonomy. And I want to be able to use this personal website thing. So the personal website is up here on the top right. You can get to it by going to www.theorypleeb.com/live. That's how you can get your chat, what you say, on screen. Okay? That's how you do that. This essay of Mr. Booker T. Washington and others is a kind of boring title for what is actually a pretty important essay. And its subtitle makes that slightly more clear when it says the political economy of racism in the United States. The political economy. What could it possibly mean to have a political economy of racism? I had no idea what to expect from this essay. I read it about a month ago, and it's been very present in my mind ever since then. This is a collection of essays that was put together by Adolph Reed Jr., the man above me here on screen, and Kenneth W. Warren, who I know nothing about. It's got a handful of different authors, including Torre F. Reed, who has written for is it Catalyst? Catalyst. I think he wrote for Catalyst. He wrote an epic essay on, I think it's called Between Obama and Coates. And for those who do not know, Ta-Nehisi Coates is probably the most well-known figure that is an intellectual in Black Lives Matter movement, but also in the whole conversation around reparations. And Coates and Obama, between Coates and Obama, Torre F. Is it F. Reed? Too many Reeds. Yes, Torre F. Reed. Someone I read some time ago, and that article between Obama and Coates is a fantastic one. I can actually share the link here in the chat. It's definitely something to check out later. We're not reading him today, though. We're reading Judith Stein. Now, this essay by Judith Stein, I'll be reading it as though it's more of an audiobook. My goal will be to not spend a lot of time doing commentary. If I end up needing to, I'll probably erase that later, because I want to offer a section of this video as a sort of standing resource that people will be able to go back to. This book is not cheap. If you wanted to pick this up yourself, it's going to cost you at least $50. It's a very new book. Academics tend to mark up the price of their books because it's necessary as a part of the game, which is bullshit, but there you have it. It has to do with the fact that they just know that these books will sell. And so if you want to be published and you want to be taken seriously as an academic, then that's part of it. And so new academic texts are pretty expensive. This text was presumably put together by Adolph Reed and others as a book that will be used in courses that they teach at universities. The title of it, once again, is Renewing Black Intellectual History. And so the first thing you might wonder is, well, then why are you, Theory Pleeb, going to read this to us? You're white. Yes. Yes, indeed. Well, it's because no one else is doing it, and someone needs to read this thing. And I have had conversations with other people about doing this as a sort of like reading discussion book group kind of thing. But ultimately, whether that happens or not, this is a text I think that is relevant right now and going to be useful. Now that's kind of like a lot of the cursory stuff, but what's the real gist of it? As I already said, the title is kind of boring. Of Mr. Booker T. Washington and others. What does that mean? Well, the long and short of it is that the entire discourse around racism for the last, over 120 130 years, 130 years, 120 years, around there. Specifically in the United States, specifically revolving around the mainstream and its two-party system or apparatuses. The discourse has taken a certain shape over time, and it's one that is a sort of minefield to pick through. It's one that you can't say a lot without it being taken as spicy, right? If you want to argue with superficial takes that someone has, you're going to be seen as some enemy, right? And so the tendency online is just to have takes, and those takes make you, that's your identity, that's who you are online. This is not quite the take that you see in the title. I think the title of this stream was reading an essay about how racism was manufactured to suppress working class populism. The takeaway, if you want to use that as a take, is, hey, racism was manufactured to suppress working class populism. But that's not exactly the point of this. Well, that is kind of the point of this essay, but I need to clarify some terms. Don't go using that as like a gotcha. It's not a gotcha. Nothing in this is a gotcha on anybody, right? This is part of a bigger discourse, and it's one important piece of a puzzle. I think it's probably not too controversial to say, though, that racism is manufactured, that it is a cultural construction. There's obviously ways in which prejudices, biases, in-group, out-group preferences, things like this can transpire over time and take shape in a society. But how that gets coded and reified and reproduced by the systems of control is another matter altogether. And what we currently have here in the United States is its own thing. And so basically, this essay is going to lay out how things took shape to get to the point where a lot of the literature in this field that Adolph Reed and others are working in dispenses with structural critique and uses a sort of black box racism excuse to write off things that, well, it obfuscates, means covers up, blocks, distracts, gets in the way of what's there. And I guess the last thing I'll say about Adolph Reed before we jump into this essay written by Judith Stein. Well, Reed is the reason that we care about Judith Stein right now, because Reed and others are the ones who selected these essays in this text. So who is Reed? I want to play you a quick introduction to Adolph Reed from Michael Brooks. The Michael Brooks Show is where Adolph Reed has been a frequent guest, not just this year, but over the course of, I think, the last few years, but I'm not sure. There's definitely more than one conversation they've had together. I've definitely listened to one of them and a few parts of some of the other ones. But here's Michael Brooks doing his introduction for Dr. Reed. Why don't I hear it? What's going on? Oh, it's muted.
Adolph Reed Jr. He's a professor emeritus at the University of Pennsylvania. I want to hold up this book, Class Notes, which I'm rereading right now, and I recommend everybody read as a matter of some urgency. Also, a pretty high entertainment value, I have to confess, and a forthcoming book tentatively titled, and I'm sorry, Professor Reed, I've already spaced it. Will you tell us?
Oh, yeah, sure. It's Decline and Transformation of the U.S. Left.
Decline and Transformation of the U.S. Left. Professor Adolph Reed.
Decline and Transformation of the U.S. Left. One could say that his book here, Class Notes, which I can also share a link to. It'll be in the description of this video. Class Notes is really, I think, his preparation for the book that he's working on right now about the decline of the left. So whether you are one of those comrades who is saying, after Bernie drops out, like, you just got to get with Biden because it's the only thing that makes sense, or if you're one of the people who's like, nope, absolutely not doing it. I think that we can all agree that we're not at the end of history, that there's a lot to learn. There's too much to learn. We don't know where to start. And so why go here as opposed to somewhere else? My personal experience, without getting too much into it, is that the left really is hurting in a lot of ways, and that we are in certain kinds of negative feedback loops that we've been stuck in for a long time. The left is supposed to be an organized and organizing working class. We don't even have a labor party or a workers' party in the United States, not a serious one, at least. And so what is this two-party system that we currently encounter? This Democrat versus Republican monstrosity, where we have two giant corporations that have a monopoly on what is politics in the most powerful country, arguably the most powerful country on earth, the richest country in the history of humanity, right? Do you think that those two parties would ever allow someone like Bernie to get in the first place? Who knows? If you followed my content for very long, you know that for me, it was never so much about him winning. Obviously, I was very attached to that outcome. I really was. I'm still hurting, obviously. But it was more of like a road in to talk about, the things that are close to my heart. Critique of political economy, critical theory, political philosophy. Here we have a person who's not like trying to avoid the word socialist that the right will throw at him, right? Whether or not if he is one or is just kind of a step in that direction and all of that, that's kind of besides the point for what I'm trying to say right now. But coming from my own time in organizing and in activism, and or at least trying to engage in activism, whether I ever really did an activism or not, I went to a lot of meetings. That's kind of one of the big kind of prerequisites a lot of the time. It's a lot of meetings. And some of those meetings, organizing the DSA, getting that started in the city I was in with other people. And then, other groups that were more issue focused or group focused. And so, for instance, hanging out with ostensibly an all black group that is advocating for black issues at my university, and doing that for a couple of years, most of the time, weekly meetings. Most of the time, there's a couple semesters where I kind of fell off, but when you're trying to get involved with these things, you want to learn, you want to sit down, you want to shut up, because that's what everyone keeps telling you, right? Right? Like, we've heard enough white people talking about these things at this point, which is why I obviously want to read here instead of just talk. But I'm trying to say that, I read some Angela Davis, I read some Bell Hooks, I read some Cornel West. I read some of my critical race theory reader that was compiled by Kimberly Crenshaw. And I've read some Kimberly Crenshaw as well. And having, spanned that literature, there's really not a lot there in terms of how liberalism, now that's a messy one we can get into because there's obviously several senses of that word. But I'm going to go ahead and just say liberalism in all of its senses. Liberalism as a hegemonic sort of ideology, how has it co-opted, appropriated, and retooled previous radical politics from previous eras towards ends that really don't threaten its own operations, on the one hand, and that even in some ways obstructs the possibilities of changing in any significant way? That's a question that I want to seriously tackle. And Dr. Adolph Reed does as well. He is known for saying, for critiquing the intersection of essentialism and neoliberalism. So we'll go back to this introduction here.
Junior, thanks so much for joining us.
Oh, my pleasure, Michael. Definitely.
So, can you talk about? Let's just get right into it.
Okay.
Why is this professional managerial class? Why is this back in our consciousness, and how does it reflect about the specific synergy of neoliberalism and essentialism that you've long warned about?
Wow. Yeah. Well, that's seems like at the moment that's a $64 question, which certainly ages me. But well, I mean, one thing about the PMC is that it's.
Can you talk?
I mean, first of all, I mean, our class, right? I mean, to be honest, it's the class that most of us belong to, people, and so to that extent, right? There's concern with trying to figure out how the different strata that make up this social formation of people who are, you know, who largely live by their intellectual production, right? Like in the one way or another, you know, professionals, managers, academics, journalists, and so forth and so on, and I guess that the notion has gotten popular again in the left circles that it's gotten popular in, partly because you know, trying to figure out, well, in part because frankly of the Warren Sanders dichotomy, partly also because of.
So if you're following what I'm putting down here, Adolph Reed is a very interesting person, but he's also boring to listen to. Now, I guess boring is a subjective term, and some could see it as a sort of pejorative. Honestly, he might take it as a compliment to know that he's not flashy, because, you know, I think that he's a serious historian, and he's not trying to be a Twitter personality. He's probably what would come across as a relatively dry professor who gets mixed reviews. Who knows? But his writing is definitely not just fascinating, not just groundbreaking and super important, but worth checking out. But that's the last we'll say about him. Now we're going to turn it over to this essay by Judith Stein. I temporarily fixed the issue that we were experiencing with my website. So now it is no longer playing from, it was trying to play from YouTube. Now it's playing from Twitch. So if you go to my website, go to theorypleeb.com/live, you'll find it working. So thank you for the heads up, Bad Brain. I really needed to know that. That's good. To the several people who've expressed that this is exactly what they needed right now, thank you so much for joining. Illegal and Free, deterritorialization, good workout buddy. Some of you just getting off work, some of you just waking up. It's a lot of different times in the world right now. The time for me is almost noon. Don't be fooled by my dark room. I'm shutting out the lights with these curtains. All right. All right, so I think I've said enough so far. The one thing I will add before I start reading is that there are two commands up on screen. If you're in the YouTube chat or in the Twitch chat, go ahead and try one out. One of them is slightly inaccurate information now, and that is how to catch up. How to catch up will tell you how to catch up if you're just joining and you want to kind of recover the old territory. It says go to my site, and then you skip back and then fast forward to catch up, because you can't do that from Twitch. But now that we just had this error that we'll have to get figured out later, the actual solution means going to my YouTube channel and doing it from there. So that's that. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for triggering that indecisive entity. And then the other one is this reading. Go ahead and do that one. Which says, if you just got here and wish you could go back to, wait, what? No, that's how to catch up. I'm still waiting for this reading in the YouTube chat. It might not work. Here, let me do it in Twitch. Yeah, this essay is from Renewing Black Intellectual History, a work put together by Dr. Adolph Reed and others Reed is author of Class Notes and a frequent guest on the Michael Brooks Show. Absolutely. And I think that Michael Brooks pushes Class Notes in he pushes it all the time. And I had already read part of it before Michael Brooks started doing that. Is that just a hipster statement? Am I just a hipster for saying that? I don't know. My point is that Adolph Reed had already come up on my radar. And I think the reason that he came up on both my radar and Michael Brooks's radar was just because Adolph Reed was a surrogate for the Bernie Sanders campaign. But do not be fooled. He ain't no sock dem. This guy is a guy who thinks that the left has been dead for quite some time, or at least if not dead, then severely wounded. And he just saw Bernie as an opportunity to stir up some populism. So anyway, that's enough of that. I have a note to add about reading books, specifically listening to people reading books. Not a lot of people read books anymore, and a lot of people like books, right? But don't have the attention, don't have the ability to focus, don't have the time, energy, or attention to be able to commit to doing it. And I personally also find it excruciatingly difficult, right? It's a real pain, and for some of us, a struggle more than others. Obviously, most people still see it as somewhat important, but a lot of people, even if they are in that position, they don't exactly want to listen to books being read. And so I just want to make a quick little plug for reading books aloud, or listening to other people read books aloud. And that is to say that reading comprehension is part of thought. And in the world that we live in, it's a important part of thinking, right? Listening comprehension, the ability to follow what someone else is saying in a complex statement, is also really important. Unlike bullshit like IQ, which can measure certain things, but people seem to draw from those measurements a lot of things that they shouldn't be able to, or that they can't really. Reading and listening comprehension both are things that can be exercised and developed. They're not necessarily beneficial to the ruling class. The ruling class, if anything, they want you to be able to read a rule book as fast as possible and get back to work. They want you to be able to check something and, solve a puzzle or a problem for them and get back to work. But contemplation in the life of the mind, reflection, solitude, these things are denigrated, looked down on, scorned more often than not. It's seen as like, oh, you're going to go do art. It's kind of like looked down on. And so I wanted to say that listening to more complex chains of reasoning or narrative is a muscle that can be exercised. So if you find yourself slipping away, falling off, forgetting what's being said, get over the all too typically American sort of fixation on starting something and then going through it in a linear way and then concluding it, which is a sort of consumerist approach to books. And think of this more like how D&G talk about their own books. Like, we wrote these books to be like records in a record player, Like you ought to be able to just kind of like go to a part of it and read it, Don't chill, it's all right. You find yourself reading chunks of stuff all the time online. The internet is all fractured anyway. So welcome if you are new to listening to books. If you're not, then yes, I hope that this is a treat. But here we go. Of Mr. Booker T. Washington and Others, The Political Economy of Racism in the United States by Judith Stein. The research stimulated by the black politics of the 1960s has made Afro-American history more widely known and better documented. Yet some of the findings are contradictory, while others are isolated from larger meanings. Crucial areas have been ignored, even while the quantity of data has increased. Gaps exist because many writers have concentrated on seeking historical antecedents for the culture and politics of the 1960s. As a result, examination of black culture has often been narrowed to non-political, slowly changing facets like family life, religion, music, and folklore, and the study of black politics has been largely limited to men and movements seeking purely racial goals, the forerunners of the civil rights and nationalist movements of the past decade, the 1960s. The root of the problem is that most historians possess, and this is very important, the root of the problem is that most historians possess the disconnected ideology characteristic of the dominant intellectual traditions of their class and era. Okay, well, what was the dominant intellectual traditions of the historians' class and era at the time in the 60s? Well, it's definitely capitalism, definitely the professional managerial class. So that's what she's talking about. Thus, while the social and cultural historians have found that black community life was rich and vital, the political historians have treated the popular resources of black political leaders as passive, needing either massive exhortation or opportunistic compromise. These contradictions and others coexist because analyses are frequently limited to one oversimplified explanation: racism. To demonstrate how the historians' use of racism excluded important areas of black culture and politics and mystified central dynamics in black history, I propose to examine a central period in the Afro-American history, from the formal end of Reconstruction in 1877 through the creation of the legal structure of Jim Crow during the first decade of the 20th century. Sometimes called the era of Booker T. Washington, the period has been well explored by historians. The literature contains an interpretation of the South by C. Van Woodward, a comprehensive examination of black thought by August Meyer, the first volume of Lewis Harlan's definitive two-part biography of Booker T. Washington, and the first 3 volumes of Washington's papers, as well as many local studies that echo the major ideas of these 3 writers. Woodward, Meyer, and Harlan see Washington as the embodiment of the central tendencies of black life in his time. Harlan's and by the way, do you resonate with that? Did you also get taught this version of history? Because, what little history I did learn, Booker T. Washington was supposed to be sort of emblematic and a sort of representation of black life at the time. Harlan's biography reinforces the popular belief that while Washington opportunistically accommodated black politics to the racism of his era, he had no alternative, and Southern blacks shared his situation and solution. According to this tradition, Washington's career was formed by the accelerating racism and vanishing political alternatives of the late 19th century, which gave rise to black ideologies embracing self-help, nationalism, and emigration. Because the political struggles for integration during the Reconstruction period became futile by the 1880s, Washington tried to build black institutions like Tuskegee to encourage others like black businesses. Racial self-help, not racial protest, he believed, would achieve the material basis for black equality in the South, the quote-unquote better whites, by blunting the racism of poor whites, financially aiding black institutions, and recognizing the successful Negro would provide the environment in which blacks could prosper. The dominant American historians have used formal categories, accommodation and militance, self-help and protest, to describe the course of black history. Okay, so I'm going to underline those words specifically, and then I'll check in on chat just really quick. So the categories that she's tracing through all of this literature is accommodation, militance, self-help, protest. These are the 4 major terms used to describe the course of black history. Looks like We've got some people in the Twitch and in the YouTube still. Okay, 18 people collectively over there. And I think we've got a few people over on the personal site. If you go to theorypleeb.com/live, that's where you get on screen with your chat. Thanks for joining, peeps. Continuing. But viewing black movements as mechanical successions of protests against racism and withdrawal into self-help only mystifies the historical process. Why did protests fail? The answer given is racism. In essence, the explanation is advanced before the investigation is conducted. Racism is reified, divorced from the concrete and complex experiences of social groups in particular circumstances. This framework was first fully elaborated by August Meyer, whose work has added to our knowledge of Afro-American movements even while it has excluded important areas and has failed to examine black politics within the larger society. Meyer's approach essentially limits significant Afro-American activity to movements that defined and reacted to the oppression of black people primarily in racial terms, even when the movements included whites. Thus, W.E.B. Du Bois, NAACP, and Marcus Garvey's UNIA are seen to have conducted racial struggles. By the way, this is also a way that they talk about the Black Panthers, right? A lot of the sort of liberal whitewashed versions of the Black Panthers reduce it to a racial struggle. A movement to include black workers in a discriminatory union was a racial movement, whereas black unionists on strike, according to this thesis, were not engaging in racial struggle. Within the spectrum of racial movements, Meyer finds that black ideologies moved regularly between integration and nationalism. The first approach tried to change particular laws or institutional practices that sanctioned or prescribed overt racial barriers, like segregated public facilities. The second sought equality through organizations of racial unity without directly confronting basic social and political institutions. This restriction of black politics distorts the content of Afro-American history by excluding actions that encompassed but transcended racial goals, and at the same time, it misrepresents the racial movements themselves because of the abstractions that lie at the base of the theory. Meyer's formalistic definitions of racism and integration transform legislators' attempts to pass civil rights bills, black laborers' entrance into unions, and social workers' negotiations to find jobs into equivalent acts. Although these three initiatives perhaps formally sought integration, the basis of the actions and their relationships with other forces in society were very different. Similarly, the formation of the Colored Farmers Alliance, CFA, and the creation of black professional organizations shared formal attributes of nationalism, but defining them solely in this way distorts the dynamics of the organizations, their class origins, the future course of their actions, and their impact on the social order. Just as Meyer limits black actions to those seeking racial goals, he similarly explains the white society's reactions to black movements in terms of its racial attitudes. Okay, underlining racial attitudes here because a lot of the sort of liberal interpretation of a lot of the historical data reduces a lot of things down to attitudes, right? So pay attention to that as we move forward. Instead, increasing and decreasing racism become mechanical explanations of change, right? So, racism is going up during this period, and then it goes down during this period, and then it goes back up during this period, and it goes back down during this period, and that's being used as an explanation to cover history. Meyer writes, so this is an example of Meyer doing this, the outlook of the Reconstruction period was primarily integrationist, for it was a period when there was much sympathy and support among whites for the Negro cause and the passage of concrete legislation assuring Negroes of their citizenship rights. Later, as conditions took a turn for the worse, the theme of self-help and solidarity again assumed a major role. End quote. While Meyer acknowledges that alterations in racial attitudes were related to larger social changes, he obscures these crucial relationships. This is how he explains how the conditions took a turn for the worse, a reference to the national government's failure to protect formal rights during the late 1870s and 1880s. Pay attention to those dates, the 1870s through the 1880s, very important dates for especially for this essay. But here she's quoting Meyer again. He says, correlated with the changes of the status of Negroes and to a large extent causing them were larger economic and social issues. Northern capitalists, allied with and dominating Southern industry, not only found Negro votes unnecessary, but were interested in securing a stable, semi-skilled labor force with which to exploit Southern resources and develop Southern industry rather than in securing justice and social reform for the benefit of the ex-slaves and their descendants. End quote. Stein goes on. But what precisely had been the capitalist position earlier, during Reconstruction? Had Northern capitalists then been interested in securing justice and social reform? Were they the whites mentioned as allies of the Negroes during Reconstruction? Without providing a larger and clear, which, by the way, that is what that author leaves you with. That is kind of the assumption, is that the industrial North was great allies for a hot minute, okay, but then they had a change of heart and of attitude, apparently. She says, without providing a larger and clearly formulated framework to explain facts, Meyer tells us only that conditions took a turn for the worse, that there were correlating changes, and that economic phenomena, to a large extent, caused them. Similarly, social changes seemed to affect blacks only as they affected the racial attitudes of whites. Noting the rising labor and agrarian opposition to industrial capitalism, Meyer observes, the Negroes appeared to be among the losers. Were they, or were they not? If they were, how? Meyer examines the impact of industrial capitalism not on black lives, but on the racial attitudes of the reform movements, which held contradictory tendencies with respect to blacks. This is a quote, the rise of the lower class whites to political consciousness and power was related directly and indirectly to the disenfranchisement and oppression of Negroes and final codification of the Southern race system, end quote. Further, he does not examine the significant relationship between two important events, the rise of popular insurgency and the proscriptions against blacks, which occurred at approximately the same time. Meyer concludes that it was the lower class whites who protested, achieved power, and caused the disenfranchisement of blacks. Finding that poor whites held racist attitudes, he assumes that their racial views were decisive in their actions and that their power was a determining factor in the Jim Crow era. Okay, now this is the last paragraph of her wrapping up this sort of introduction, or this sort of like, this is basically an introduction to where she's going with the book. So she says, to understand black history, one must examine the principal social forces affecting black people concretely and in historical time. Because blacks interacted with other workers and other social classes, the historian must analyze specific social and class relationships and not be satisfied with general statements about broad social changes as backdrops for Afro-American history. To understand the era of Booker T. Washington, one must first examine the whole pattern of social forces affecting blacks after the Civil War, not only the racial manifestations. A discussion of these forces will elucidate the early political events, such as the Compromise of 1877 and the establishment of the quote-unquote white democracies in the South, the popular movements, and finally the disenfranchisement and Jim Crow system at the beginning of the 20th century. It will also explain how these forces interacted with black aspirations and produced a variety of responses, one of which was that associated with Booker T. Washington. Once again, Booker T. Washington's name is in the title, and so he's kind of a central thread for this whole essay. Even though my biggest takeaway was a lot less about Booker T. Washington and more about, oh my God, I really did not know about this, about the Colored Farmers Alliance, the CFA, the millions in that organization, and then others that were building rainbow coalitions way before we heard about them from MLK or the Black Panthers. So there's this history that they don't want you to know about, and they meaning the Democrats and Republicans, and we'll get to them in a little bit. Part 2, the dynamic northern business class. Okay, remember, there's the North and there's the South. The North is the industrialists, the South is the planters. That's like the two main modes of production in the US at the time. Okay. The dynamic northern business class, fearing a return of a Southern party in alliance with agrarian interests in the West and antagonistic to the legislation and institutions favorable to industrial capitalism, initially embraced black voting as the means of securing Republican rule in the South and thus in the nation. Financiers, merchants, and railroad executives joined with the radical politicians, representing principally Northern abolitionists, some sections of labor, and some manufacturers. The radicals envisioned transforming the South into a replica of Northern society. To prevent a resurgence of the planter class, Northern capitalists were willing to endorse elements of the radical program: the ballot, property rights, wage labor, and education during Reconstruction. Wage labor, of course they wanted wage labor, as opposed to slavery, because they were looking to expand industry into the South. And there's nothing like cheap labor. Having established its national hegemony, the capitalist class modified its reluctant commitment to bourgeois democracy in the South, which had launched the period known as the New South. Farmer and labor opposition to the tariffs, the railroad subsidies, the financial burdens, and monetary instability became a threat to the new political structure. Therefore, Northern capitalists renewed their antebellum Whig alliance by formally acknowledging the impoverished and capital-hungry Southern elite. This was the political basis of the Compromise of 1877, so called by historians because it removed the last federal troops I'll just read that whole sentence. This was the political basis of the Compromise of 1877, so called by historians because it removed the last federal troops from 3 southern states, while Southern Democrats accepted the Republican candidate in the disputed presidential election of 1876. The political order of Reconstruction, which had been based upon Republican rule through black voting, was replaced by Democratic hegemony, reflecting planter and capitalist interests in the South. Because the new regimes represented a minority of the population, they were able to remain in power only through demagoguery, fraud, violence, and laws designed to restrict the electorate. Okay. Also, a really important point: demagoguery, fraud, violence, and laws designed to restrict the electorate. Thanks, Be Awesomeful. Be Awesomeful says, this is such a great departure from the anxiety-provoking debaters I've been watching recently. Thanks for doing this. It's really calming. Yeah. Thanks. Everything about this system currently is trying to push us to come out with takes. The takeaway from this text is not going to be that there's a simple take. It's going to be, I don't know, what I hope will be a little shared, like, oh, wow. Oh, that's new information. And, oh, wow, that's really important for understanding structural racism and class in the United States. So, yeah, I'm glad you're here for it. I'm glad there's a few people here for it. To the folks in Twitch, to the folks in YouTube, I am restreaming, and you can hop into theorypleeb.com/live if you want to get in the chat. That's where it's at if you want to be on screen. Otherwise, just chill. Welcome. The removal of the army and the political agreements, however, only gave sanction to a social process that Reconstruction had not successfully confronted. Men dedicated to the goals of even the minimum Reconstruction program, such as the ballot, citizenship rights, wage labor, free education, never controlled the state governments and never advocated the revolutionary means necessary to implement them. The more astute white Southerners had recognized that the federal government would not underwrite a social revolution in the South, which the minimum Reconstruction program would have necessitated. President Ulysses Grant's Reconstruction measures, Virginia conservatives observed in 1870, had recognized the political disenfranchisement of the Negro, but gave the whites, quote, the opportunity to secure for themselves the control of the state forever. So basically, they were like, okay, we might have lost the war, but we'll keep this thing working in our favor. White men's rule after the Civil War signified a particular form of domination stemming from the prevailing pattern of the Southern economy. Even Southerners who wanted to industrialize their region saw that their programs were dependent upon the reinvigoration of the plantation, which in turn depended upon a secure and cheap labor supply. Southerners agreed that the, quote, labor upon which the planter has to rely must be subject to his control, end quote. Political mechanisms were required to ensure an adequate labor supply and an agricultural surplus. The kind of marriage between planters and industrialists necessary to achieve this goal resembled that of the German Junkers rather than the Northern alliance of industrialists and farmers. In the early days of Reconstruction, the blacks' search for alternatives to the mode of life under slavery made the labor supply of the plantation uncertain. Some planters sought an imported laboring population, but unlike the former slaveholders in some of the Caribbean islands, Southerners did not control the national government, which refused to use capital resources to subsidize their labor needs. With aid, the planters were too poor to Without aid, the planters were too poor to compete for Chinese labor. Yet despite the South's initial fears, the limited availability of land and the absence of alternative employment, encouraged by the planters themselves, drove blacks to resume plantation labor. To make the labor force secure required overt and covert restrictions on labor's mobility. To profit from cash crops, particularly cotton, in a period of declining prices and capital shortage, required a labor system, sharecropping, in which the worker was forced to share the risks of capital. Southern labor relations differed, therefore, from those of Northern agriculture. The maintenance of the plantation's labor relations, the basis of postbellum racism, resulted in other elements dissimilar to those of the social system in the North. Just as wage labor was transformed into sharecropping and convict labor, the free ballot became dependent and clientage politics. The free ballot became dependent and clientage politics, and free education denigrated to minimal literacy at best. Okay, so it's like they got the education, but it was at best barely probably a third grade education, right? And they got the free ballot, they got the right to vote, but it was dependent on what they're calling clientage politics. That's something that Dr. Adolph Reed gets into a lot more detail with in his most recent, or at least one of his more recent conversations with Michael Brooks. It was one where there were several other people on for that conversation. Anyway, although the withdrawal of the federal commitment to bourgeois democracy was phrased in regional terms, such as Southern Home Rule, in racial terms, white supremacy, the essential content of the compromise The essential content of the Compromise of 1877 was the North's acceptance of the planters' regulation of the black labor force without federal hindrance, along with those white farmers who increasingly found themselves drawn into the plantation economy in competition with blacks and each other. The nationalization of the Southern stereotype of blacks reflected the Compromise of 1877 and aided its workings. After 1877, the dominant bourgeois image of blacks became that of a people happy only in the rural South, working for their old masters. The prevalence of this view explains in part the Northern industrialists' reluctance to hire blacks except in labor emergencies. The holding of the stereotype and the refusal to hire blacks was irrational from the perspective of the individual employer, but not in terms of the functioning of the national political economy, which needed the black labor force in the South. The strengthening of the Southern system of racial and labor subordination stimulated Northern investment in Southern plantation and extractive industries, which yielded raw commodities for capitalist mills and markets. At the same time, the South provided votes for the maintenance of bourgeois hegemony in the nation. The democratic rule of the planter, now allied with industrial interests, no longer threatened the nation as it had in 1861 and again in 1867. So I want to make a quick aside. My brain, when I'm listening to something being read out loud, can kind of just turn off, start glossing over, especially when it's a history text. So that's why I'm trying to bring your attention to the specific details that really, I think, really matter here. And so you might get sort of little summaries along the way. For me, I'm trying to keep myself out of it for the most part. But, you know, there are little parts that are underlined or that I have little notes in that I might bring up. So don't panic is all I can say. Don't panic. It'll be okay. If some of it's slipping past you, just remember, listening comprehension is a muscle, and you're at the gym right now. So welcome to the gym. We have a good workout buddy here in the gym, so it's perfect. The Compromise of 1877 weakened the dominant mode of black struggle, Republican politics.
It's pure ideology.
Thank you for the follow. Blacks and Southern whites, principally outside the plantation areas, had fashioned an uneasy coalition, which was held together by men, black and white, Northern and Southern, eager for Northern capital to reestablish the plantations and build new industry. Because the party's political victories were consolidated by the overwhelming Republican allegiance of blacks, the GOP attempted to establish some institutions of bourgeois democracy in the South: free labor, the ballot, education. But the conflicts in the system of labor relations were reproduced in the politics of Reconstruction. Okay, here we go. The intellectual basis of black politics was radical ideology, which assumed that a community of equal men could be created by allying labor, blacks, and capital to produce material progress and enlightenment. The ideology, a reflection of the coalition that had ended slavery, was reinforced by the personal experiences of many black leaders. The programs reflecting radicalism varied. The Black New Orleans Tribune urged a reinvigorated plantation system fueled by, quote, new capital and new proprietorship, Northerners. Some black Republicans in the South Carolina Reconstruction Convention sought capital for land for the freedmen. F.L. Cardozo urged Congress to appropriate $1 million for the state land purchases to be resold cheaply to the freedmen. He assumed favorable congressional action because of the common interest of the North and the black man against the quote-unquote rebels. His colleague, W.F. Whipper, opposed the memorialization, but on grounds consistent with radical ideology. Whipper wanted to use the resources of the state to secure rights for the laborer. This is a quote. Protect labor and secure the laborer in all his right, and with their own strong arms and willing hands, the people will accumulate property for themselves and purchase homesteads with the result of honest industry, end quote. Whether relying upon the direct investment of capitalists, the indirect appropriation of the nation's resources through Congress, or the political power of blacks to protect the value the plantation labor produced, black radicals assumed that the interests of capital and labor would harmonize. But capital performed differently. New capital investment in plantations strengthened the powers of their owners. As Sea Island black laborers learned during the war, Northern capital went south in competition with, not in support of, popular land desires. Congress did not appropriate the money to subsidize land purchases for freed men. Although South Carolina sold $200,000 in bonds for that purpose and attempted to use its tax policies to force land onto the market, the amount of land available was insignificant and of poor quality, as Whipper had predicted. Radical politics failed to protect black agricultural labor, too. South Carolina rice workers struck in 1876 against payment of wages in scrip redeemable only in company stores, a practice prohibited by law. So that's a wild thing. If you have a company that is saying, "Oh, our workers, they live here, and we pay them, but we don't pay them money. We give them this script, and they're able to use it at our own stores." How is that different than slavery? It seems like slavery, but with like barely even an extra step, right? Because you live there, you live where you work, you can still be fired, you don't have ownership over anything. You're basically just given little credits that you're able to then go to the store, the company-owned store. Your boss literally owns that store. So, yeah, that was what was going on. And so they're saying that South Carolina rice workers had struck against that in 1876, against payment of wages in scrip redeemable only in company stores, a practice prohibited by law. Because as it turns out, capitalists will break the law if they think that the punishment isn't going to be worse than the profit. Which is why when debate bros, for instance, might, like, in defense of capitalism say, "Oh, but, the law says this or the law says that." Yeah, well, fuck off. What the law says and what people do is another thing. And typically the lawmakers and the judges are on the side of the business owners. And so even if they're going to get penalized some small fee, it's probably going to be a pretty small fee in comparison to the profit that they're absconding with. Anyway. She goes on, Black Congressman Robert Smalls personally led the militia to put down the insurgency. Although he temporarily succeeded in redressing the grievance for the particular plantation by appealing to the Republican governor, the practice remained widespread in South Carolina. The actual conditions of labor and capital eroded the ideology of radicalism before the formal end of Reconstruction. The actual conditions of labor and capital eroded the ideology of radicalism. So she's saying that the ideology of radicalism eroded, which is to say it got weathered and worn down before the formal end of Reconstruction. And what wore it down? The conditions of labor and capital. She'll go more into that. Grant's support of some of the works of radicalism, the Southern Republican regimes and black voting rights, became a defense of partisan power, not an instrument of social transformation. Black Republicans, however, continued to channel black opposition to Southern conditions into the GOP. Frederick Douglass dissuaded black voters in the National Negro Labor Union from supporting an independent Labor Party. Black trade unions passed under the control of Republican politicians and lost their potential class power. In the plantation counties, the party faced more profound problems because their independent black action that seemed to challenge planter power met with intimidation and violence. Where black workers outnumbered white planters, republicanism meant labor control of local governments. Despite national Republican policy, when black Republicans threatened the precarious local control of the plantation economy, they were intimidated into either living with the white democracy by managing the black vote to gain some black appointments and the goodwill of the planters, or leaving the party or region. In other areas of the South, notably in urban and rural communities of small and medium-sized farms composed of mixed black and white populations, black Republicans continued to exercise some independence on the local level and protected some radical gains in education, self-government, and safety. Historically, the political economy of these regions had provided the social basis for what democracy there was in the South, but blacks in these areas were affected by the political economy of the plantation. Because the majority of blacks lived in the Black Belt, the GOP's voting was diminished as all black workers came under the domination of the planter. Increasingly dependent upon federal appointments, not black votes, black Republicans defined black interests in terms of patronage, not the interests of workers. Okay, that's a very important sentence. Welcome, Ghost in the Egg, on Twitch. I will reread that very important sentence. And this is the last paragraph before part 3. Trust me, this essay builds up steam. It's kind of mind-boggling how important this essay is and how it's written at the same time. But you know, academics gotta academe. Is that? Can I say that? Academics gonna academe. Gotta drink a lot of coffee to read an academic and not fall asleep. I hope you hear those chickens outside. I always do. They never shut up. All right, let's go on. The decisive events of the 1880s were the solidification of planter control over the Black Belt in all the southern states and the intensive capital investment in raw materials and railroad construction. Having achieved political hegemony earlier, the Democrats used state resources for plantation and industrial interests, taxing the peasant sector through regressive capitation and land taxes and facilitating the extraction of surpluses from the sharecropper through the lien system and local political domination. That last sentence seems very even hard for me to parse here, having read it before. Having achieved political hegemony earlier, the Democrats used state resources for plantation and industrial interests, taxing the peasant sector through regressive capitation and land taxes, and facilitating the extraction of surpluses from the sharecropper through the lien system and local political domination. Okay, so basically, they're just talking about how Democrats were fucking people over at that point, right? And sharecropping was a huge part of it. Sharecropping was a way to make former slaves have like a stake in the profit making process, yet at the same time not like have any representation or power. All right, so part 3. Prodded by the popular opposition of plantation workers, industrial workers, and farmers to the events of the 1880s, black leaders began to search for ways to meet the new conditions emerging in the South. Some of the petite bourgeoisie opposed the new order by joining with workers engaged in strikes or by building cooperatives and third parties. Especially in areas directly experiencing capital investment like northern Alabama, black and white dissidents joined in the various greenback labor and independent third parties, as well as the fledgling unions created by farmers and workers. In Alabama, the resistance to industrial capitalism was greater than in many other southern states because of the intensive development of industry in the northern part of the state. The consolidation of smaller operations by powerful corporations like the Tennessee Coal, Iron, and Railroad Company increased industrial power over workers. These events produced bitter proletarian challenges to capital, culminating in the protracted miners' strike in 1894. At the same time, they intensified the farmers' alienation from the New South. The major political challenge to the planters and industrialists, populism, grew out of the farmer's condition, even though it included urban and industrial workers. Okay, this is the first time that she said that word, populism. But it's really a really important part of the thesis. Why does populism, and why do third parties as well, not work in this country? In 1900, almost 90% of Alabama's people were rural. The state's total population of 1,828,697 people included only 52,902 wage earners. Okay, so we've got almost 2 million people, and it includes only 52 to 53,000 wage earners. The major expression of agrarian opposition to the new order was the Southern Alliance. The Southern Alliance. What did you learn about the Southern Alliance in school? Beginning in Texas and spreading eastward, the Alliance gathered up many of the local groups that had mushroomed in the late 1880s. It attempted to confront the monopolies of capital, transportation, and marketing by forms of collective self-help, cooperatives, boycotts, newspapers. The Alliance, and even more its successor, the Populist Party, represented more than interest politics. Oh, and by the way, there used to be a time before liberals demonized the word populism by making you think that it's only associated with right-wingers. Okay, this is the time before what she's talking about right now. So I'll reread that sentence. The Alliance, and even more its successor, the Populist Party, which means that the Alliance turned into the Populist Party later, represented more than interest politics. While agrarian protest by itself did not necessarily challenge the established social and political order, the creation of alternative institutions mobilizing excluded popular elements represented potential social revolution. In 1891, for instance, Bourbon Senator John Morgan of Alabama expressed his sympathy with the farmers' problem in an article, quote-unquote, "The Dangers of the Farmers' Alliance," in The Forum. It was published in The Forum. The danger of the movement, as he saw it, was... Okay, so this guy's not a sympathizer. He says the danger of the movement was that almost every man in the United States who had earned any character as a statesman or as a legislator, jurist, or financier was excluded from the Alliance, and as such abilities are essential to safe government, their places are assumed by men of imperfect education and of little experience in government, and too often by more charlatans and demagogues. End quote. So basically, who is this senator of Alabama? He's saying, this alliance is scary because it doesn't let people like me into it, which is kind of like Joe Biden saying that the Rainbow Coalition was anti-coalition building, right? Like, why did he say that? He was talking about Reverend Jesse Jackson and MLK. Why did Biden say that back in the day? He's saying they won't coalition build. What, the Rainbow Coalition won't coalition build? Not with you, anyway. Morgan feared that the displacement of the quote-unquote better people would produce a movement that could challenge class rule. It had already formulated a corrupt and destructive policy of using tax power to collect money from one man to lend it to another. While some members of the ruling class favored forms of inflation, they feared that the Alliance's sub-treasury plan to use the nation's capital resources... Wait, what? Sometimes you turn the page and it's like, what? What just happened? While some members of the ruling class favored forms of inflation, they feared that the Alliance's sub-treasury plan to use the nation's capital resources to advance and cheapen agrarian credit would both break the crop lien system and the social order that it supported. Making the sub-treasury plan the litmus test of acceptability dramatized the social division that the movement represented. By 1891, the Alliance became more militant when farmers who owned more land and commanded more satisfactory credit arrangements dropped out of the order, opposing the sub-treasury plan and independent politics. More new men, blacks and urban laborers, entered and broadened the order's social base. More sub-alliances endorsed the sub-treasury plan and the Populist Party. In the period 1887 through 1891, the alliance movement used various collective, non-political techniques. As these measures failed to solve agrarian problems and the major parties opposed its... By the way, who are the major parties here? Democrats and Republicans. As these measures failed to solve agrarian problems and the major parties opposed its evolving demands, the alliance chose to contest state power by proposing to substitute popular rule for the rule of capital. Paralleling the development of the Southern Alliance and encouraged by it, the Colored Farmers Alliance by 1890 grew to more than 1 million black farmers. I will repeat that. Paralleling the development of the Southern Alliance and encouraged by it, the Colored Farmers Alliance by 1890 grew to more than 1 million black farmers. That's amazing. Okay, that back then, especially, if that happened now, it would still be amazing, but just wow. Didn't we just say that there was only like 56,000, 58,000, something like that, wage laborers in the state at the time? Yeah, in 1889, Alabama had more than 1,600 black sub-alliances composed of 50,000 farmers. Although we do not have a precise map of its geographical distribution, the sheer size of the organization and the frequent mention of the movement in Black Belt newspapers clearly implies an existence in plantation areas. Although the Bourbon Montgomery Advertiser criticized the White Alliance's support of the black organization, the Colored Farmers Alliance was initially tolerated, probably because, like the White Alliance, it declared its intention to avoid politics and use rhetoric consistent with Southern nationalism. So I guess both alliances were using rhetoric consistent with Southern nationalism, which was a way for them to not get entirely blocked out of everything at the time. I want to know more about that. Anyway, Colored Farmers Alliance says opposition to Northern and European capital and monopolies did not immediately threaten the planters, nor did the alliance's joint successful boycott of the Jute Trust. Like the white local groups, CFAs, and I'm going to start saying CFA for Colored Farmers Alliance. Like the white local groups, CFA's sub-alliances were simultaneously fraternal organizations which helped sick and disabled members and purveyed advice on farming, raising families, and other problems of interest to rural people. They also taught the order's principles of political economy. Quickly expanding its activities, the Alabama CFA created a marketing exchange in Mobile, united against the cottonseed mills to obtain higher prices for seed, and cooperated with the Southern Alliance in other areas affecting farmers. The black and white alliances began as distinct organizations, reflecting the texture of Southern social life. As they expanded their actions, the alliances began to provide structures for joint action and fusion. In 1890, at Ocala, Florida, the CFA and the Alliance confederated on the same basis as the Alliance had previously united with other farmer organizations and the Knights of Labor. The refusal of the two major parties to accept the sub-treasury plan was the dramatic event that made populists out of Democratic and Republican alliance men. The major parties' bipartisan campaign against alliance programs and their attempt to infiltrate and dominate the order convinced radical alliance men that they must have a new political organization to reflect the social base and ideology of the movement. The Reverend J.L. Moore, a black Methodist minister of Crescent City, Florida, and county superintendent of his local CFA, asked in February 1890 the following, quote, "Can we do anything while the present parties have control of the ballot box and we, the Alliance, have no protection? The great mistake I see the farmers are now making is this. The wily politicians see and know that they have to do something. Therefore, they are slipping into the Alliance, and the farmers in many instances are accepting them as leaders. And if we are to have the same leaders, we need not expect anything but the same results. Be Awesome Fool says there's only about 4 million farmers working today, so 1 million farmers would be substantial today. Yeah. Wow. Thanks for finding that out. The break with the past signified by joining the Populist Party was obvious to blacks and whites. R.H. Hayes, a black populist from Texas, denied that blacks were married to the party of Lincoln and said, quote, "The colored people in the rural districts will affiliate with any party that is against monopolies in the interest of the poor men." End quote. A white populist argued along the same lines. This is a longer quote. It goes, "We are not looking to men of the past, but to men of the present. The time has passed when an American citizen, especially among the working classes, will before he gives the hand of fellowship ask whether the man wore the blue or the gray, or whether the man came from Maine or Florida." Right? How that would translate into today's is say when you're reaching to introduce yourself to somebody, first you want to find out if they're a Democrat or a Republican. You don't even want to shake their hand if they are a Republican or a Democrat, depending on what you are, right? I'll reread that sentence though. "The time has passed when an American citizen, especially among the working classes, will, before he gives his hand of fellowship, ask whether the man wore the blue or the gray, or whether the man came from Maine or Florida. Our swords are rusted, and we are now preparing for war again. We feel that we have been sadly neglected by both parties. The colored man said that the Negroes are naturally Republicans. I do not blame them. I was a natural Democrat. The attention of the colored brother has been called to what that grand old Moses Abraham Lincoln said in announcing their freedom. But they are not told that the labor of this country is in slavery." Wait, what does that sentence mean? The attention of the colored... So this is still a quote, right? "The attention of the colored brother has been called to what the grand old Moses Abraham Lincoln said in announcing their freedom. But they are not told that the labor of this country is in slavery." Okay, well, I'm not sure exactly about the last bit of that paragraph, but the basic gist of this is saying that, I'm a natural Democrat. People say that blacks are natural Republicans, but we're all realizing that labor is a form of slavery and that we aren't going to put up with having no say over our lives, trading our futures for pennies just to pay rent. All right? So fuck that, and we're going to work together. That's basically the summary. Yeah, Ghost. Yeah, exactly. You got it. The break with the past involved more than sentiment. In the Black Belt, third-party politics encouraging social rebellion immediately came into conflict with the institutions of the counties. There, most sub-alliances, black and white, had to be cautious. By 1891, the planters became alert to the social implications of the alliance and tried to discourage its growth. Of course they did. Many white farmers in the Black Belt expediently accepted planter power, which, after all, was real, and eschewed the third party. They denounced the third party. One white populist editor, I.L. Brock, of a Safer Hill County, after being praised for the vigor of his indictments of the ruling class of Alabama, responded that credit should not go to him, but to the editor of the Alabama Populist, who survived for a while in the Black Belt. For black leaders in the plantation regions, political action was even more difficult. Some of them were landowners, whose very purchase of land had been accomplished only with the tolerance of the planters. but the black tenants who composed the alliances were not under the same restraints. Earlier in 1889, the Montgomery Advertiser announced that the head of the CFA in Alabama was, quote, Frank Davis, a solvent and successful Negro farmer who was not interested in politics. The Bourbon newspaper further noted that some blacks at the meeting wanted to go into politics immediately, but had been expelled from the meeting. We know no more about this particular meeting, yet the action of those expelled blacks was consistent with the fact that where the black alliancemen were not subject to constraint and could freely vote, they overwhelmingly sought radical political action. So in general, when not super suppressed, black alliancemen were all about radical political action. They were not free to do so in the Black Belt. The Union Springs, Bullock County, Frank Davis's home, a newspaper threatened to print the name of any person who voted for a populist in 1892. Okay, so everybody that lived in Bullock County was being threatened to be doxxed. In Union Springs, Bullock County, Frank Davis's home, a newspaper threatened to print the name of any person who voted for a populist in 1892. Populists expected blacks to seek third-party action and initially seemed optimistic about their successes, even in the Black Belt. While one populist predicted that planters would try to stop their black sharecroppers from joining the new party, he also expressed confidence that the obstacle would, quote, be attended at the proper time, end quote. How this was to be done was unclear. Populists advised blacks to carry guns when they voted. Many times they formed protective groups. The Bourbon Press in Alabama spoke of Gideon's Band, a secret organization that functioned during elections. We do not know very much about these groups, but it appears that at times the party was able to protect its members. Ant DX, welcome to the chat. Just a quick FYI for folks, you can do the command that's at the top of the screen here. It says this reading. You can do the command into the chat and it should tell you about what we're reading here. But in short, AntTX asks, are we going through the history books because we can't figure out how to make the future better? Anyone can go through history books and be a master at history, but changing the future is a lot better. Yeah. Totally. Absolutely. No, you're totally right. By the way, the how to catch up command is slightly flawed. You'd have to go to my YouTube, not my personal website, because there is an error today that we will get sorted out in the future. So for future reference, that going to my personal site is how you'll catch up. But for the time being, you can just go to YouTube because this is being restreamed. You can watch this from 3 locations, from Twitch, from YouTube, or from my personal site, theorypleeb.com/live. Anyway, so is this because we want to make the future better? Yes, absolutely. In a lot of ways, this book is called Renewing Black Intellectual History, and it's compiled by a couple of professors, and one of them is Dr. Adolph Reed, who you can watch him in a lot of different interviews, brainstorming the current predicament that we find ourselves in with Michael Brooks. And so I respect Michael Brooks for a variety of things, for a variety of functions. And his platforming of Adolph Reed was, I think, a great choice because I had already been interested in Adolph Reed since the time of 2016, because Adolph Reed was a sort of Marxist surrogate for the Bernie campaign. And I remember at the time being like, what is a Marxist? Like an open Marxist, like being a surrogate for Bernie's campaign, like what's his deal? What's he all about? And one of the things that he's all about is rethinking our current situation and talking about how racist the Democratic Party is, not just because of people like Joe Biden who have a history with, force, quote unquote, like force busing, right? Like he was against desegregation, etc. No, beyond all of that, it's racist in other ways. A lot of the anti-racism that is espoused by Democrats and professors and pundits is itself playing into stuff that has its roots in what we're talking about here, which is the suppression of populism and of alliances between coalition building between black and white farmers and sharecroppers in the South. This is between the 1870s and 90s for the most part, most of what we're reading here, and it is by Judith Stein. But now I'm going to continue on reading. We've got 2 paragraphs left until the end of this section, and then we'll move into, I think there's only 2 more sections left, y'all, and then we'll be there, which is really exciting. And we might watch just a little snippet of Adolph Reed or, something like that. But, we can technically talk about this stuff, but my goal is mainly here to provide you, the listener, either who's watching live or watching later, with a resource that you can go back to, because this is an essay that I think everyone should have access to, and it's in a very expensive book. I meant to make this plug earlier and I did not, but thank you, Key to the Fields, for purchasing me this book. I had a crowdfunding campaign going during my live streaming, and I was trying to raise $50 because this is a $50 book, and I couldn't find a PDF for it online through any of my normal sources, and so I was trying to raise the money for it, and Key to the Fields hooked it up. So thanks, Key. You're a homie. Appreciate it. Now you've made this resource, or at least part of it, available to the broader public. Great job. All right, so moving on. I lied. It's not 2 paragraphs before the end of the section. I think it's 3. I'll just read this whole page. Okay. Populists expected blacks to seek third-party action and initially seemed optimistic about their successes, even in the Black Belt. While one populist predicted that planters would try to stop their black sharecroppers from joining the new party, he also expressed confidence that the obstacle would, quote, be attended to at the proper time. How this was to be done was unclear. Populists advised blacks to carry guns when they voted. Many times they formed protective groups. The Bourbon Press in Alabama spoke of Gideon's Band, a secret organization that functioned during elections. We do not know very much about these groups, but it appears that at times the party was able to protect its members. Yes, I'm still listening, YouTube. Jeez Louise, go back. Sorry, it was asking me if I'm still listening to this music. Yeah, I am. The third party won the support of Southern labor organizations. If it is true that Northern labor resisted populism because its leadership was committed solely to trade union organization, the same cannot be said of Southern labor. The Depression of the 1890s had seriously weakened the Southern unions. Declining wages and failing strikes made radical politics an attractive alternative. Farmer labor coalitions had a history in the New South. The Knights of Labor had attempted to organize plantation workers as well as craftsmen and laborers. In 1889, the Knights joined with the Alliance in support of the farmers' St. Louis platform and, in 1890, confederated with it. In turn, the alliances added the specific demands of urban workers to their platforms and aided workers in many strikes of the 1880s and 1890s. In 1896, the Alliance openly supported the Knights' Great Southwest Strike against the Gould system, as farmers had previously supported miners in Alabama's 1894 strike. Officials of the Texas State Federation of Labor were among the organizers of the Populist Party. The Southern laboring population was composed of workers who still retained their rural roots. Where populists were weak in Southern cities, it was due not to supposed urban-rural divisions, but to political opposition. In New Orleans, for instance, populists won only 71 votes out of the 40,000 ballots reported in 1892. The traditional explanation is unconvincing if one notes that at the first populist state convention in Louisiana that year, 1/2 of the delegates had come to Alexandria from Orleans Parish. A more reasonable explanation would be that in no precinct in the city were the populists allowed to have election commissioners. And she cites that. Black populists led farmers and workers who had a long, varied history of lost causes. They now had white allies whose political movement paralleled their own. Together, they were capable of winning majorities at the ballot box. Other black leaders, those with institutional power within the Southern Republican parties, optimistically insisted that the GOP would continue to be the black man's vehicle. Their hopes were fueled by the Republican introduction of the Force Bill, congressional legislation designed to guarantee black voting in the South. But the economic bonds between the Southern and Northern economies was too strong to permit the repeal of the Compromise of 1877. To be sure, some Northern Republicans continued to pay homage to the Reconstruction commitment, but their voices were stilled by those whose racial views reflected the current North-South connections. Although the political... Okay, so where are we? Where are we going? And where are we at right now? Well, this is going to be the last paragraph of this section, and I'll play a little Adolph Reed for a second while I run to the bathroom, because I've been reading for a while so far, and I need to take a quick break. Chat, I'll obviously check in on you, and then we'll finish this thing out. We're over halfway through. It's kind of picking up steam. I don't know if you can tell that. The point here is, we all know about the Southern strategy, or at least you probably have heard about the Southern strategy, which was something that happened, I believe, in the 60s, right? And it was when the Democratic Party said, you know what, we're going to embrace civil rights, and as the Civil Rights Party, we're going to stop appealing so much to what were called the Dixiecrats, which was the Democrat planters in the South, or at least the people of planter heritage in the South. And that was a move that pissed off a lot of racists, open racists in the party, who then joined the GOP. Wait, did I just say that backwards? I just said that backwards. My whole brain just broke. I swear to God. Okay. No, the point was that there's a mass migration from the GOP to the Democratic Party. Yeah. The Republicans decided. Wait, am I losing my mind right now? What am I saying? The Southern strategy was where the Republican and Democratic parties basically switched places because the Democrats decided to stop appealing to the open racists. So those open racists left their party and joined the GOP. Is that how it goes, everybody? And then you have people like Candace Owens, who say it's not real, it never happened. But what's more important is that narrative that there was always sort of this one party that was on the side of black people, right? It was the GOP at one time, and then it became the Democratic Party. What am I saying wrong? I'll have to come back to it. I don't translate, y'all. I don't get in there. So for the Twitch chat, I don't mess with that. So, all right. Other black, yeah, my brain is just breaking down because I've been reading for too long. But anyway, that's why I need a break here in a second. So I'm going to read this last paragraph. The point that I was trying to make is that, there's talk of the Southern strategy. There's talk of, there's always been a predominantly racist party, or at least a party that tries to brand itself as, well, we're the party with the black vote. This changes from time to time, but the more important thing that this essay is getting at is that there was mutual interest between both parties, between industrialists and planters, to suppress this populism, this working class populism, and coalition building that was flourishing in the South during these times. So, last paragraph. Although the political promises provided valueless Although the political promises proved valueless, there was a social basis for black republicanism within the South of the 1890s. While the movement of capital into the South impoverished most black farmers and workers, industrialization and urbanization produced a small black petite bourgeoisie of businessmen and professionals. Although they were Republicans, many had the necessary ties to the white Democratic elite, an essential prerequisite for success in Southern cities. Many others did not engage directly in politics, but the black office holders in the Republican Party reflected their needs and offered potential employment to them and their children. The birth of the Populist Party in the 1890s allowed black Republicans to bargain with politicians from the other parties. They collaborated with populists on patronage and election reform in North Carolina. In Alabama, black GOP leader William Stevens, after toying with populism, supported conservative Stephen Oates for governor. In Texas, Norris Güney went over to the Bourbons. The varieties of political behavior should not obscure the common element in the actions. Black Republicans, presuming harmony between capital and labor, never challenged the foundation of Southern racism. After disenfranchisement, when the hopes of marshaling black votes disappeared, they merged easily with the Washingtonians. So, Washingtonians what? What are we talking about? Well, these are the people who were in the vein of Booker T. Washington. Going back to the beginning, remember she said that Booker T. Washington was often sort of used as an icon that was supposed to represent black culture and experience during this period. And his name is in the title of this essay of Mr. Booker T. Washington and Others. She obviously has a problem with this kind of black capitalism and self-help, working class consciousness, power building move or tendency during the time, and how this can kind of whitewash and I guess labor wash this history here. So we're in the next section. She's going to be tying in Booker T. Washington a lot more with all of this, and then we're going to really get into the juicy bits, the really, really juicy shit, y'all. It's coming. The next, I guess there's about 10 more pages. These next 10 pages are what we've been building to, and so I'm really excited to do it with you all, to read these. But now I'm going to step away for a brief moment, and I'm going to play the play just a part of the thing that we were already watching. The interview with Adolph Reed. For those who did not know, Adolph Reed was the person who put together the anthology that we are reading from right now. This is an essay by Judith Stein, and I'm Theory Pleeb. I'll be right back, y'all.
Well, in part gotten popular. I guess journals by that make to that extent that most of us
try and get it to the beginning.
That's the 64
of neoliberalism. Professional managerial class. Why is this back in our consciousness? And how does it reflect about the specific synergy of neoliberalism and essentialism that you've long warned about?
Well, that's seems like at the moment that's a $64 question, which certainly ages me. But well, I mean, one thing about the PMC is that it's first of all, our class, right? I mean, to be honest, it's the class that most of us belong to, people. So to that extent, right, this concern with trying to figure out how the different strata that make up this social formation of people who are, who largely live by their intellectual production, right? Like in the one way or another, professionals, managers, academics, journalists, and so forth and so on. And And I guess that the notion has gotten popular again in the left circles that it's gotten popular in, partly because trying to figure out, in part because frankly of the Warren Sanders dichotomy, partly also because of trying to of the sort of ongoing and maybe even deepening tension between different strains of people who understand themselves to be progressives or leftists in the U.S. now. I think it's bound up with the ongoing debate over the primacy of material agendas versus symbolic or identity-based agendas, and that's really not even a fair way to characterize it. It's a partisan way, because I'm sure that people on the other side of that divide, would argue that the identitarian agendas or programs or concerns are also material. It's clearly a debate that's kind of raging within DSA now, but I'm not a member of DSA and don't follow it that closely. The technocratic wing of the Democratic Party and even the technocratic wing of the left wing or element of the left wing of the Democratic Party and debates over, again, it goes back in part, as I said, to the Sanders versus Warren dichotomy, God, I mean, this is another hoary debate among intellectuals, but the recognition versus redistribution debate that Nancy Fraser and Judith Butler and other people, like that, were engaged in the 90s or maybe even the late 80s. The decades kind of blur together as you get older. So, I mean, all these, I think all these are factors that have kind of pushed this idea back up to the forefront again, or back up on the surface rather, of some strains of leftist debate, and there's something going on that's like bigger than the little eddies that people like me live in, because I noticed a couple of years ago that Barbara and John Ehrenreich had done a piece for the Rosa Luxemburg Institute, revisiting the idea of the PMC, and I noticed just today that she's, I think it was an interview. It's an interview that she has in Dissent, revisiting the concept. Part of it, and I'll shut up because then I'm running off at the mouth, but part of it too is connected with how we want to think about class politics and how we want to think about social transformation and what counts as social transformation. Some people, will say how we think about socialism and concerns over the technocratic or concerns prompted by understanding of the technocratic concern, or rather the technocratic shift of most of the Western social democratic parties in the decades after World War II and how that turned out.
Yeah, I think
there's one small problem. Sell their houses to who, Ben? Fucking Aquaman!
Okay. I clicked the wrong button. I was trying to click this button.
Amazing.
But instead I clicked the Aquaman quote, H-Bomber Guy quote, which I sound clipped a while back. Because we built a soundboard on stream over the course of a few different streams, and that was a good suggestion by somebody in the chat. So anyway, welcome back. Good to see you, Frederick Owl. Hope you're doing well. I hope everybody else is doing well. We are all feeling okay. For some strange reason, I've maintained an average viewership of 21 people for over an hour while reading a dense, dry historical work. And so that was part of why I really wanted to do Restream, which is part of why I wanted off of affiliate, which I was successful as of this morning. I got the email saying that I was actually already planning the stream, and then miraculously I got the email saying, all right, you've been taken off of affiliate. And I'm like, yes, all right, perfect. That means that I get to now Restream. which means that this is currently being broadcast from both YouTube and Twitch, and my own personal website where you can go if you want to have your chat on screen. Yeah, thank you for the congrats. It's good. It's good. Here, let's get some clapping in here. It's very good stuff. Yeah. Woo! That's right. Yes. Awesome. All right. But all right. And we're back, everybody. Welcome back. So we're reading of Mr. Booker T. Washington and Others by Judith Stein. It is in this book called Renewing Black Intellectual History. Once again, thank you for the patron who bought this for me. It was Key to the Fields. You're a champ. I was doing a crowdfunding campaign just specifically for this book, and Key was the one who said, got you. And so, hell yeah, we got it. Also, the virtual classroom fundraiser was achieved, and that's something I mentioned on a previous stream. But I've got some camera equipment coming to me now, and I'll be able to do something a little bit more polished than what I currently have, which is great. Thank you very much. All right, folks. We're going to be turning to section 4 of this essay. And I don't think I'm going to give a lot more explanation of where we're at. Let's just say that she's talking about the rise of populism between millions of workers, white and black, in the South. Did she say towards the end of the Reconstruction period? And this is before Jim Crow. This is a time that historians, according to Judith Stein, this is a time where historians have done a great deal of, I don't know if whitewashing is the right word. We could call it labor or class washing. But there's a lot of struggles and material circumstances here that are purposely obfuscated by the kinds of ruling class people who were doing their utmost to suppress this kind of populist organizing, this kind of radical insurgent worker-led white-black alliance organizing. So this is stuff that the Republicans and Democrats alike, don't want us to know. I mean, literally, it's about the systemic racism at the basis of both of their parties. And we'll get a bit more into the juicy details towards the end of these next 10 pages. So here we go. Frederick Owl. Oh, they finally did it? That took them so long. Yeah. Uh-huh. Quite a while. Yeah. I have to update the Discord on that because we have a sub-channel that's about it where I was posting screenshots of the interactions with Twitch because they were taking forever. Multiple email requests and them problematizing things that weren't problems and just, pushing it off. It's just typical bureaucratic nonsense, but they could just give you a button to discontinue affiliate, but instead they don't. So for those who don't understand affiliate status, it's the way that you get paid on Twitch. I don't want to be paid on Twitch. Being paid on Twitch comes with a few bells and whistles, but it also comes with a lot of constraints that I don't want. I want to be able to stream to multiple platforms at the same time, because I'm not trying to become a real Twitch streamer. I just want to be able to stream and work on these things with a handful of people who care. I'm not trying to do the thing. The thing. Let's do it. All right, reading part 4. Booker T. Washington, like others of his generation, was compelled to respond to the events of the 1890s, which he found to be eroding his position with blacks and whites as he reached for broader influence. The creation and operation of Tuskegee during the 1880s had assumed that the interests of blacks, planters, and capitalists could be harmonized. Within the Black Belt of the 1880s, an ambitious teacher or school principal needed good relations with the local community, with the state legislature, and with northern businessmen who could supplement meager public funds. While ambitious and capable black Republicans frequently left the Black Belt, institutions like Tuskegee grew in the vacuum of black politics and, in their sponsors' imagination, assumed large proportions. Their supporters identified the existence of their institutions with racial survival and their operations as the basis of black liberation. Spurred by Washington's ambition, Tuskegee became, for those of his outlook, the symbol of racial progress. The school's program, formal training in the values and skills necessary for bourgeois success, was viewed as the beginning of mass liberation. Washington was aware that other, specifically political action, was a necessary complement to self-help and that the masses had a role to play in politics. But, and this is a big but, he hoped that the masses would accept the dominant and ultimately benevolent forces in society. When black voters in increasing numbers opposed the Democrats in the 1890s, Washington publicly denigrated the importance of politics, meaning that he says, politics is no longer important. Meanwhile, he, who understood what the masses did not, tried to manipulate the political system to speed the process of advancement by offering the Tuskegee Way to the ruling elite. Recognition of Washington's conception of the different roles of leaders and followers dissolves the apparent contradiction between Washington's extensive private political actions and his public statements disclaiming the significance of black politics. According to Washington, the majority of black farmers needed education to make their labor profitable, but while the poor had always desired education, they rarely made education their principal strategy for survival. During Reconstruction, the demand for education expressed the desire to produce an informed citizenry capable of participating in community life and work. Individual efforts, strengthened by mass political power, was to be the engine of black progress. Whatever the limitations of Reconstruction politicians, all understood that blacks could have a voice in the allocation of public resources only by political organization independent of their employers. The new theory of education was an ideology that stemmed from a part of the black petite bourgeoisie, not the masses. The daily lives of plantation workers and the occupational structure of the South made mobility through education an aspiration possible at best for their children, not themselves. But where the labor of children was necessary for family survival, minimal literacy was the most children could attain. The fact that the majority of the students at Tuskegee were teachers reveals how far the institution was from the expectations of plantation workers. The student population also revealed how removed Washington's strategy was from the material needs of the black poor. Tuskegee, Washington believed, would produce leaders who would then proceed to uplift the working masses. Writing in the Southern Workman in 1881, he said, "If there is any place where a good, normal school is needed, it is right here. What an influence for good, first on the teachers and from them on to the children and parents." Hey, I appreciate the offer, but I'm going to finish reading it. In the future, that could be cool. Also, does that mean that you have a physical copy of this? Because I do not have a digital copy of this. Otherwise, I would definitely share it with you all. I can share with you Adolph Reed's book, Class Notes, but I can't share with you this book. Washington's conception of education left undisturbed the planters' needs for black cheap labor by deferring change to some time in the future. His early links with and dependence on the leading citizens of the town ensured that the school would not jeopardize the social relations of Macon County. His definition of the educational needs of blacks in terms of proper training, not state financial support, harmonized with Bourbon definitions of economy. Because the graduates of Tuskegee generally migrated from plantation areas, the school had the effect of removing potentially unruly elements of the laboring population. The urgency of farmers' needs and the response of black farmers to the politics of the 1890s forced Washington to address agrarian problems more directly than in the previous decade. Perhaps it was the black response to populism in 1892 that led Washington to think of setting up a summer school in Union Springs, the home of Black Alliance leader Frank Davis. Washington's principal effort, the 1892 Farmers' Conference at Tuskegee, placed him at the extreme right wing of the agrarian movement. Farmers were urged to buy land, raise more food, build houses, go to school, keep out of debt, avoid lawsuits, and treat women better. The fact that Macon County gave the Populists 63% of the vote later that year indicates that black farmers were beyond that message even in Tuskegee's surrounding area. Washington's conferences occurred regularly after 1892, which basically just means that, this emphasis on, keep out of debt, avoid lawsuits, treat women better, etc., was it was something that had already been internalized. It was something that had been largely learned already. It was not entirely needed, but Washington's conferences and the whole legacy of Tuskegee was kind of built on just kind of repeating those messages. Washington's conferences occurred regularly after 1892. The Montgomery Advertiser found them in the right direction and predicted that if Negroes followed Tuskegee's leaders, they were sure to be prosperous and happy and live in peace and harmony with all mankind. Conference speakers urged blacks to keep out of politics, make any concession consistent with manhood, let the white men know you are glad you are a Negro. Don't push, but be proud of your blood. The growing attention that Tuskegee won from white leaders coincided with the rise of populism. It was in this period that Washington began speaking to white elite groups on his theory of race relations, a theory that had immediate practical uses. His reputation grew, and he was invited to speak at the Atlanta Exposition in 1895. Because the speech launched Washington into the period of his greatest political influence, it is useful to examine not only what he said, but also why it brought him prestige. Merely showing that his ideas reflected those of the ruling class of the South and of the nation, as Harlan, Meyer, and Woodward do, is insufficient because ideological coincidence cannot explain why those forces needed to elevate a black leader. Okay, yes, this is great. So Harlan, Meyer, and Woodward, if you forgot or are new to the stream, were some of the main historians of this era who are most well read, the most read historians for this era, and she's critiquing them for reducing everything to certain categories. These categories include, so they use these four concepts for doing black history: accommodation and militance, self-help, and protest. And they basically reduce everything to things were good for blacks, things were bad for blacks in this period or in that period, depending on the attitudes of whites. And those attitudes were either more of allyship or more of racism. And that's basically the approach that these historians were all using at the time, and this is what she is critiquing. So I'll reread that last sentence. Merely showing that that is Washington, that his ideas reflected those of the ruling class of the South and of the nation, as Harlan, Meyer, and Woodward do, is insufficient because ideological coincidence cannot explain why those forces needed to elevate a black leader, right? Ideological coincidence, you could have had a white person say it. So why was this all of a sudden why did this propel Booker T. Washington to such great success in those times, right? At Atlanta, Washington spoke of blacks prospering in proportion to their willingness to dignify and glorify common labor, to put brains and skills into the common occupations of life, and to refuse to permit grievances to overshadow opportunities. While publicly endorsing the New South's role for the Negro, he rejected the alternative of the, quote, agitation of questions of social equality. During the mid-1890s, the term social equality was frequently used to describe the unnamed but harmful results of black political power. Thus, Democrats in Louisiana referred to their opponents in 1896 as John N-word Parr, or Farr, and the Populist Negro Social Equality Ticket. But who were the black agitators who articulated grievances? Right? Like, does this get left out of the history books? On the basis of Harlan's survey of black reactions to the speech, it would appear that they were primarily Northern professionals, scholars, and journalists. Harlan cites only 2 black Southern reactions: a negative comment from African Methodist Episcopal Bishop Henry Turner of Georgia, an emigrationist, and a mocking criticism from a black newspaper in Atlanta. Harlan and most historians have incorrectly imposed the later Washington Du Bois controversy on the South of 1895. At this time, Du Bois was in basic agreement with Washington, while the few Northern blacks who criticized Washington's speech were marginal in the North and without an organizational vehicle in the South. In 1895, the most effective means to struggle against discriminatory practices, disenfranchisement, and racism, all of which affected prosperous black Southerners as well as the poor, was populism. I will repeat that sentence because it's very important. In 1895, the most effective means to struggle against discriminatory practices, disenfranchisement, and racism, all of which affected prosperous black Southerners as well as the poor, was populism. Where black Republicans succeeded in challenging racial practices, it was through alliance with the populists. In general, human rights could be won only by joining or allying with the party challenging capital. Without understanding the fear engendered by populism, we cannot understand why the ruling class elevated Washington and tried to strengthen his power among blacks. The Atlanta Constitution, the principal exponent of by the way, that looks like it was a newspaper, not like the actual Atlanta Constitution, like the Constitution of government. The Atlanta Constitution was I think a newspaper. The Atlanta Constitution, the principal exponent of New South ideology, wrote of Washington's speech, "Beginning from today, let the Negro register an oath in heaven that from henceforth he will cast his lot materially, civilly, and morally with the best people of the South," the best people meaning the ruling class, "that he will cultivate the closest friendship with the Southern white man, that when he can, he will vote with and for the Southern white man." The editor and Georgian Democrats had particular reason for lauding the politics of Washington's speech. Just a few weeks after Washington's speech, there was to be a runoff election between populist Tom Watson and his Democratic opponent. A runoff became necessary because Democratic fraud and intimidation, especially against black voters, had been so blatant that the Democratic winner was forced to agree to populist demands to repeat the election. Not a lot changed. In the runoff, the black vote was crucial. Watson was the nation's best-known populist. Most other populists had little national visibility because few of them were elected to national office. One historian recently estimated that between 1892 and 1894, at least 20 populist congressmen had been denied election through ballot stuffing alone. Watson had been, and by the way, she's citing all of this stuff, so I haven't looked into her sources, but she is citing it all, and I'm guessing because Adolph Reed's, academic, respect kind of hinges on putting this essay into this book. I'm guessing he's done some of that sorting, or research. I hope so. Anyway, one historian recently estimated that between 1892 and 1894, at least 20 populist congressmen have been denied election through ballot stuffing alone. Watson had been elected in 1890 as a Democrat and subsequently became a populist, provoking particular rage among his former colleagues. When Watson ran in 1892, Northern capitalists raised $40,000 to help defeat him. President Grover Cleveland announced that he was as interested in the congressman's defeat as he was in his own election. Watson's popularity in a district that included Black Belt and industrial areas directly challenged the ruling coalition. While New South leaders were alarmed by populist victories in White Hill counties, successful penetration of the Black Belt and industrial areas would create majorities capable of challenging their state power. Washington offered Southern leaders a way to combat black insurgency. Meyer and Harlan's explanation that the Bourbons needed a black leader to express, quote, Meyer and Harlan's explanation that the Bourbons needed a black leader to, quote, express Negro accommodation to the social conditions implicit in the Compromise of 1877 does not violate the facts so much as the dynamics of history. In 1895, while Southern rulers were combating other blacks and whites whose politics challenged the 1877 Compromise and the social system it embodied, some men reached out for a symbol that would deny that reality and preserve their ideology and self-conception. Then as now, however, the encouragement of moderate men was not the principal weapon used against radical movements. The history of populism demonstrates that violence and intimidation were the primary weapons used to combat its challenge to the prevailing order. Anyone still here? Oh, more people. It's good. Welcome. Welcome to the people on YouTube. Welcome to the people on Twitch. Welcome to the people who popped over onto my site. I'll reread the last two sentences of that paragraph because that really conveys where this is going. Then as now, however, which is to say in the 1870s through 90s, as well as right now, current day, however, the encouragement of moderate men was not the principal weapon used against radical movements. If you talk to radicals, it is the quote-unquote white liberal that is the biggest obstacle to radical success, right? That is part of it, she's saying. But the history of populism, and don't forget, the whole Bernie campaign was a populist movement, right? The history of populism demonstrates that violence and intimidation were the primary weapons used to combat its challenge to the prevailing order. While planters and industrialists generally agreed upon naked force as the weapon against black militancy, it was the capitalists who pioneered in the encouragement of the Tuskegee approach because they had greater need for it. Washington's promises of industrial, and basically Tuskegee is like a school, right? It's like a school. Washington's promises of industrial peace were welcomed by capitalists throughout the country and by the beleaguered President Cleveland, who sent Washington his congratulations. While the planters' labor supply was secured by cruder forms of domination, industrialists sought Tuskegee graduates to man schools and manage black labor within the corporations. This was not, as Washington argued, because blacks needed to learn the values of work or even technical skills. The corporations, like the plantations, needed cheap, unskilled labor. They also needed Tuskegee's trained men and women to confront the militancy of an industrial proletariat, meaning, like basically, they needed a new workforce of scabs. Capitalists did not immediately perceive the varied uses of Tuskegee. They, like the planters, combated popular militancy in the Depression years of the 1890s, principally by force and the substitution of convict labor. But the returning industrial expansion and consolidation of smaller companies by the giant corporations at the turn of the century allowed industrialists to fashion more permanent institutional networks. Hell yeah, we're here. Cool, good to hear. Washington, too, did not immediately perceive the varied uses of his school. During the 1890s, he forged personal ties and solicited financial support from capitalists with immediate interests in Alabama's industry. New Englander William H. Baldwin, Jr., vice president and general manager of the Southern Railroad, was on Tuskegee's board of trustees from 1895. As early as 1887, Washington secured summer employment for Tuskegee's students in the Pratt mines, owned by Tennessee Coal and Iron. They remained aloof from other workers, strikers, and unions, but sometimes they became the teachers of the miners' children. Oh, that's terrible. Oh no. So not only were they scabs, but they were teaching the children of the people who were trying to unionize. That's like reverse radicalization, right? At the turn of the century, which by the way is most schooling, but anyway, at the turn of the century, however, corporate needs expanded and new roles for the school's graduates strengthened earlier relationships. Public officials and corporate leaders initiated requests for graduates to become principals and teachers in the new schools in industrial areas and for social workers within the corporations. Oh my God. Genius. You know, and that's the end of that. That's the last paragraph of that section. We're about to move into section 5. We're on like the last 7 pages here. And, but just think about that. The students coming from Tuskegee, a school that is being branded as like, we will help black people assimilate into the U.S. and be useful citizens who won't cause no problems, right? That's kind of like the message. Is being funded by these capitalists who need a workforce of cheap labor. On the one hand, cheap labor. On the other hand, cheap labor that will not organize and that will actually discourage organizing. So this is like hardwired into Tuskegee's work, what they're training these students who will then go off to become teachers of the children of these miners. All right, so I'll reread that last sentence and then check in on chat. Public officials and corporate leaders initiated requests for graduates to become principals and teachers in the new schools in industrial areas and for social workers within the corporations. How do you have so many jars, says Quack the Smack You. I have 2. I have 2 jars here. Back in my studio in the Americas, I have a lot more mason jars, but here I have two jars, and my coffee thermos, which is almost empty. Okay. Sounds like a negative image of gentrification. What does that mean to you? It's a kind of, so I think I know what you mean, but I don't want to be presumptive. So go ahead and explain if you want, but I'll carry on here. Yeah, let's Wake up, folks. If you were falling asleep, at least 3 people have probably fallen asleep. Wake up. Wake up, wake up. Focus, pocus. Here we go. Section 5. The historian's restricted conception of black movements and their consequent neglect of black populism leaves undisturbed the traditional theory of the source of racism. Their theory is Washington's. The poor whites were this. Okay, so what follows is going to be her summary of Washington's theory of racism. And who is Washington? Basically, the person who is pushing Tuskegee, the organization we were just talking about. So their theory is Washington's. Who are they? It's the mainstream historians who most people who get any history from this period, basically any history books covering this period are probably referencing one or a few of these people. Woodward, Meyer, and Harlan are like her main 3 targets. Their theory is Washington's. The poor whites were the source of proscriptions against the blacks. The better whites, even when they disappointed Washington, were the allies of black people. If a ruling group governs benevolently or paternalistically, then it follows that the lower orders should accept its hegemony. But if black opposition during the 1890s was a dominant, if unsuccessful, factor, one must modify their description of class rule. In fact, Harlan's conception of the paternalistic upper class rests on isolated statements from those who encouraged Washington's accommodating approach. Viewing a very small sample, Harlan and other historians have the attitudes of the paternalists towards Washington, but not their larger conceptions of moral economy. The quote-unquote better whites were the planters and industrialists of the New South, plus the political and intellectual elite who articulated their values. They justified the laws that placed the burden of taxation on small landed property while industrial assets were largely tax-exempt. They placed sharecroppers under the control of planters by forbidding tenants to take liens. They shackled rural wage earners by making ordinary forms of labor association illegal. During the 1880s, when the Knights of Labor was organizing in the South, states invoked conspiracy laws to prevent the formation of local assemblies and at the same time increased the militia. Newspapers openly called for murder, and the best people followed their advice. When the Black Washington Bee warned that black South Carolinians were losing their rights, it referred to the rights of laborers to organize to obtain decent wages and treatment. Gerrymandering, the appointment of local officials, and complex election laws neutralized local black majorities. In the occasional city that possessed an active black majority, charter revisions making local government responsive to white businessmen effectively removed black political power and officers. These institutionalized means of class and racial oppression, backed by violence, secured state power and control. The laws, by debasing the poor and giving the rulers immense power over their subjects, encouraged contempt for and fear of the masses. These feelings were readily translated into personal cruelty in daily affairs, and violence against organized opposition was openly sanctioned. Washington's white friends were very clear about their primary allegiance. Governor Oates, the inveterate foe of the alliance and populism, spoke at the Tuskegee commencement of 1896 in the midst of a bitter political campaign. Fusion forces had united behind a populist gubernatorial candidate who, while a congressman, had voted in the House to seat a black over a white Democrat. The party of Governor Oates, who was not running for re-election, tried to use that issue as the basis of its white supremacy campaign. Oates' speech followed one by John C. Dancy, a conservative black Republican from North Carolina. Dancy had praised the role of New Englanders in the establishment of black educational institutions like Hampton and Tuskegee. The audience warmly applauded his talk. Evidently, Oates became agitated at Dancy's talk or at the audience's response, and to the surprise of his listeners, he ignored his prepared speech and said, "Okay, this is gonna be bad, y'all. I'm gonna substitute the N-word with saying N-word. Obviously, I'm not gonna read it. And yeah, so my little disclaimer here is just so I don't get TOS struck. But this is our history. All right, this is intense. So let's really quick. Who are the characters here? Because let's get the Dancy separated from the Oates. So Oates is the he's the governor. Okay. Yeah, but where is he, the governor? Okay, so we've got the governor. His name is Oates, and he's the one who's about. I'm about to read his quote. He's following up on this populist. So here he is at this convention. He's following up on this populist, and basically whatever, or at least Dancy, the person he's following up on, had praised the role of New Englanders in the establishment of black educational institutions like Hampton and Tuskegee. Okay, so that's not necessarily populist. I'm misreading that. But yeah, Dancy had praised the role of those two things. The audience warmly applauded his talk. But this, let's just say, was very upsetting for Oates, who is an outright racist. So Oates says, "I want to give you N-words a few words of plain talk and advice. No such address as you have just listened to is going to do you any good. It's going to spoil you. You had better not listen to such speeches. You might as well understand that this is a white man's country. as far as the South is concerned, and we are going to make you keep your place. Understand that. I have nothing more to say to you. Oates' undelivered speech was probably of benevolent intent towards blacks. By citing such speeches and addresses, historians have placed Oates and others like him in the category of, quote, Southerners of the older generation, paternalists who were friendly toward their former slaves, but to do this ignores the function of paternalist rhetoric and the social behavior of the men who used it. The myth of the friendly class, sustained by this fragmented view of the paternalists and an equally erroneous analysis of the popular forces, pervades the historical literature of the South. Yeah, that's part of the whitewashing, is to make these people, oh, they're just part of the older generation, but they were nice. You know, they're of the better. You know, they're the better ones. Poor whites, unlike the planters and industrialists, did not depend for their livelihood upon the exploitation of black labor. Many poor whites undoubtedly held racist attitudes, which they absorbed from their society's ideological apparatus, the schools, the newspapers, the churches, etc. But popular attitudes divorced from power are politically insignificant. Reflecting their social experiences, poor whites did not advance racial legislation as a means of confronting their poverty. Sometimes, however, legislation motivated by the social conditions of poor whites came to have racial results in the course of the political bargaining of the Bourbon era. During the 1880s, for example, rural whites outside the plantation areas continually tried to obtain common school education for their children. In 1889, after failing to win black belt support for greater taxation and school funds, politicians representing white counties won from the Alabama legislature an additional appropriation for schools in return for their acceptance of greater local discretion in the allocation of funds in the counties. County distribution of educational funds was a demand of the Black Belt, whose leaders in control of local government then proceeded to starve their black schools. The leadership of the white counties, pressing for more education for their children, accommodated to the white planters' opposition to black education. But the bargain of 1889 did not produce better education in the white counties. Ensuring sufficient money for the white schools in the Black Belt by diverting funds from black schools, the new law allowed the white elite to oppose in the future new taxation and appropriation for schools. During the height of the alliance period from 1880, and once again, that alliance is between, there was like that million plus black farmers organization, was it CFA, and then a host of other farmers organizations, a lot of them white. During the height of the alliance's period from 1887 to 1891, when the organization initiated various measures of collective self-help, sub-alliances set up their own schools or supplemented the funds of existing schools. But self-help was no more a solution to education than it was to credit. The patent inadequacy of old leaders, old methods, and old ideas led the whites of the Hill counties to seek an alternative explanation of events and to find a new political praxis which transcended the racial ideas of the Bourbon era as well as its political and economic practices. Whites who had been geographically, politically, and socially apart from blacks moved toward them, not for humanitarian reasons, but because they required their support. Commonality of need among all parts of the laboring classes was basic to the populist view of the world. It taught that both whites and blacks were oppressed, and it promised to wipe out the color line in the South. The means of achieving racial equality, however, did not typically include racial legislation, as was to be the case in the 20th century civil rights movements. As the leader of the CFA in Florida said, especially is this true in the South, that anything that can be brought about to benefit the working man will benefit the Negro more than any other legislation that can be enacted. Which is basically saying it's the basic argument for universal programs, saying like, if we can get working people in general raised up, it's going to help us more than anything else right now. Central to the enactment of legislation in the interest of, quote, the working man, the Alliance program asserted was ensuring the right to vote. This was considered by both blacks and whites to be the major civil right because political power was viewed as the essential means to solve the people's problems. Unlike other social rights, the free ballot had been consistently under attack after 1877. In the 1890s, the campaign for voting rights enjoyed mass support because it was rooted in a popular movement with specific programs. Since political participation was central to the protection of the ballot, most populist parties and blacks on state, county, and district executive committees elected them as delegates to national conventions and proposed them as candidates on party tickets. Populists rarely sought specific legislation in race relations, probably because they were suspicious of the administration of the laws in a state they did not control. Since most of the purely racist practices were in fact against the law and occurred because the Democrats controlled the process of government, populist political power was deemed the means to end those practices. Where populists controlled local governments, they never controlled a state. Blacks in political representation, their lives were protected, they held government jobs, they served on juries, and they were part of the life of the community. Populist newspapers recognized and reported black achievements. That is why politics and political rights were considered so important by black communities. While Democrats tried to devise a system of race relations consistent with white supremacy, populists measured race relations by the standard of equality. Results followed from this assumption, even when initially white populists were insensitive to racial discrimination. For instance, at the first populist convention in Texas, there were no blacks on the state executive committee. When reminded of the fact by a black delegate, the convention applauded him and unanimously voted to place blacks on all committees from the state to local levels. When two whites suggested some form of separation, they were quickly rebuked by the convention. This is not to say that no white populist held racist ideas any more than no populist held other ideas of the dominant culture, but the collective practices flowing from the party countered prejudice. There were, of course, differences among blacks, among whites, and between blacks and whites about the means of addressing and resolving problems, but that was not unique to populists. Populists did not conduct campaigns against the idea of racism, a word not used at the time. In part, this stemmed from the fact that the full institutionalization of racism in law and practice occurred in the first decade of the 20th century after the defeat of populism. You follow? Is anyone following this? I told you it's going to get juicy. Here it is. I'll reread that because this is kind of, we're wrapping up this section. We're about to move into, is it the final section? Yeah, we're about to move into the final section. Populists did not conduct campaigns against the idea of racism, a word not used at the time. In part, this stemmed from the fact that the full institutionalization of racism in law and practice occurred in the first decade of the 20th century after the defeat of populism. Also, the elaborate rationalizations and theories of race differences written by intellectuals were unknown to the average white populist. Populist treatment of race came principally from their own analysis of their past actions. In their view, former white Democrats had opposed black Republicans because they had not understood the world, not because of racism. The corollary of racism, black powerlessness, was a view white populists did not hold. Populism was not the politics of guilt. Blacks and whites needed political education, not moral uplift. A white populist could well have echoed these words of a black populist leader. Quote, "The time I have craved for has come. The people's eyes are open in farewell to the political lash." End quote. Explanations for the defeat of populism lie outside the area of populist race relations. Harlan ignores the changing, so Harlan is one of those historians that she's targeting. Harlan ignores the changing social and political behavior of blacks and whites during the populist era when he identifies Reuben Kolb, the anti-Bourbon candidate for governor of Alabama in 1892, as merely a, quote, spokesman for the agrarian factory, or reread that. Harlan ignores the changing social and political behavior of blacks and whites during the populist era when he identifies Reuben Kolb, the anti-Bourbon candidate for governor of Alabama in 1892, as merely a, quote, spokesman for the agrarian faction of white small farmers, end quote. It is true that Kolb was nominated by white farmers in the Jeffersonian Democratic Party, the halfway house between the Democratic Party and the Populist Party, to oppose the Democratic corporation lawyer Thomas G. Jones, but the major organizations of black opposition endorsed Kolb: the Populist Party, the Alliance and the Knights of Labor, the United Mine Workers, and the Republican Party. To safeguard the black and white vote, Jeffersonians and Populists formed the Southern Ballot Rights League. The free exercise of the ballot among all people was at stake. A Jeffersonian editor warned voters that the Democratic Party's platform urged a restricted electorate. Quack, if you're not following very well, don't worry. I will kind of highlight a few parts as we go. Basically, there are a bunch of different factions trying to work together with the populists. And so we're about to get into how the populists get suppressed, and how the institutionalization of a lot of racism in law and a lot of the stuff we associate with institutionalized racism follows from a bloody and fraught period of working class populist coalition building populism. So that's what she's getting to here. To safeguard the black and white vote, and you can always come back to it later because this will be available later. To safeguard the black and white vote, Jeffersonians and Populists formed the Southern Ballot Rights League. The free exercise of the ballot among all people was at stake. A Jeffersonian editor warned voters that the Democratic Party's platform urged a restricted electorate. Quote, if college graduates are alone permitted to vote, it will keep the aristocratic, autocratic, and plutocratic Jonesocrats in power worlds without end. Under it, every poor man, white and colored, in Alabama could be disenfranchised. So that was a quote from someone who is opposing all of these actions from the Democratic Party that was trying to restrict. Yeah, so basically the Democratic Party was trying to make it so only college graduates could vote. Okay. Populists, not Republicans, braved the black belt to protect the ballot. The chairman of the Populist Party's state executive committee told his black audience there, quote, I had rather see Mobile Bay filled with Pinkerton's detectives, the banks of every river and creek in Alabama, lined with federal bayonets and crimson with blood, rather than see you deprived of the privilege of voting. Let the colored man stand up for his race and vote for a free ballot and civil liberty. End quote. Yeah, hell yeah, chairman of the Populist Party. Ready for another civil war if they're going to take away that right. Kolb narrowly lost the election. Fraud in the Black Belt, publicly admitted by Democratic leaders, defeated the insurgents. The Sayre election law, adopted during the next legislative session and designed to restrict the populist electorate, confirmed campaign predictions. New legislation was passed aimed at punishing tenant farmers who broke their contracts, a useful disenfranchising device. Having little faith in the federal government, some populists proposed that the people should not pay their taxes until Alabama had a Republican government, at least one recommended force. Populism was stronger in this is the last paragraph of this section, and then we'll take a short break before finishing this thing out. Populism was stronger in 1894, but so was the determination of the planters. Strengthened by industrial support, Northern Alabama capitalists, in the midst of a protracted coal strike, knew that the planters' control in the Black Belt was vital to their battle to subdue miners and populists. Okay, so Northern Alabama capitalists, in the midst of a protracted coal strike, knew that the planters' control in the Black Belt was vital to their battle to subdue miners and populists. Okay, so these are, capitalists were opposed to planters most of the time. But when it came to organized labor, they had a shared interest. that was so we're about to see some ruling class solidarity, something that they know how to do. Once again, populism could not find the organization and ideological strength to harness the widespread anger and suffering of the New South. The small farmer's mode of production, individualistic and isolated, made cohesive social and political organization difficult and unstable. But this is the historian's judgment. The rulers of the New South, closer to the threat of populist victories, acted vigorously to destroy the popular challenge to their control. She cites this, and I really want to track down that specific reference for sure. The mobilization of the Tuskegee apparatus, the appointment of a few populist leaders to government jobs, and financial contributions to some hard-pressed newspaper editors supplemented direct fraud and violence. So instead of direct fraud and violence, we're talking about buying out newspaper editors. We're talking about hiring a few of your own people into some of these the appointment of a few so it's like the trade-off is like, well, let a few of your populist leaders into government in these specific jobs. And the mobilization of the Tuskegee apparatus. Once again, the Tuskegee apparatus is a specific kind of schooling for black people to integrate into capitalism, basically. It's to instill bourgeois values and to create a sort of an anti-organizing teacher force of workers that will go out and educate people against their interests, right? The mobilization of the Tuskegee apparatus, the appointment of a few populist leaders to government jobs, and financial contributions to some hard-pressed newspaper editors supplemented direct fraud and violence. But to safeguard the future, structural changes were necessary. Disenfranchisement followed on the heels of the defeat of populism. This is really what she's building up to. We know so much about disenfranchisement, or at least there's a lot of talk about disenfranchisement, but she really wants to drive home what came right before that, which was the crushing defeat of populism, which was once again millions of workers who were organizing in the South. Thanks, Phaedrus. I'm going to play just a little bit more of this interview. And then we're going to come back to the 5. Yeah, it's literally 5 pages. And then we'll be done. This is good. It's been going for 2 hours and 38 minutes. You know, this is not a reading that you would typically get assigned in the university, because the universities are overrun by liberals and conservatives. But if we expand the definition of liberal to just basically mean, you know, kind of that classical sense of, you know, the individualism, private property, formal rights over substantive freedoms, you know, that whole thing, then the university is definitely like overrun with people like that. There are sometimes radical professors, but a lot of those radical professors are themselves just extreme liberals. Extreme liberal is not the same as leftist. That's a whole other topic that we can get into someday. That's currently, I think, my Twitter name. It's like, leftist doesn't mean extreme liberal, right? But that is what people tend to think that it means. A lot of the professors who are kind of doing the radical thing, they see college age students as a sort of in a phase of life where it's like part of the experience of being at the university is going to a protest, sitting in on something. That's just part of civic engagement, and that's a time for utopian, idealistic, you know, protest that will eventually settle down into something less. And they think that this is you know, they have kind of like a patronizing kind of like, oh, you know, this is, of course they think this, you know, and and we should encourage it because, it's an important time for them to be doing this. And ultimately, it's the only way that we can get changes is by putting pressure on the administrators. And if we put pressure on the administrators, we can get small wins. And so it's all about encourage radical posturing. Encourage radical posturing, because that way people take it really seriously, and we might be able to get a little bit more pressure on those administrators, and we might be able to get a little bit more something out of it, a little bit of change. And sometimes those changes are really good, sometimes they're not. Usually I think that they probably are better than what was there before, but ultimately the question is, why has the left for the last 70 years thought that it would be the radical synthesis of these professors and extreme liberals that will build the revolutionary subject to bring the next big change. And is that perhaps misguided? And why does it tend to go more of an Elizabeth Warren route and despise populism? Why does it, but while at the same time, kind of despising it, but at the same time, it'll use some of the rhetoric of it, right? Why? Well, this essay is getting at it, and that's that whether you're a planter or a industrial capitalist, you have a shared interest in making sure that there are institutions that are training people how to walk the walk, talk the talk of union busting, of anti-solidarity practices, of gotta get your own, gotta one up the other everybody along the way, as long as you're a representative of your group. It's not about overturning anything really substantial. It's about being a representative of the group. That's why what we were just listening to earlier when I played this, and what we're about to go back to, Adolph Reed and Michael Brooks talking about the PMC, the professional managerial class. Why is that important? Why is the professional managerial class important? And so they had just talked about that part. And now we're going to go back to where Adolph Reed, I think Michael Brooks is about to summarize something and then ask him a question, and then he's going to talk for a minute. And then after he's finished talking, I'll come back on and I'll read the last 5 pages here. Once again, Adolph Reed is the professor who put together this compilation of essays. One of his essays is in here. Maybe I'll read that someday. But he also wrote class notes, which is something that you can definitely pirate online or purchase yourself.
Amazing.
Thank you for the follow. It's good. It's amazing. Love that. We'll come right back. Yeah, continued atomization. Exactly. Yeah. So we're in the final stretch. Now I'm going to turn them back on and be right back.
Part of it that you've responded to, there was a piece in N+1, which, fair enough. I don't think it was terribly interesting, that sort of making the point that you said right at the outset, which is, if you're in media advocating for any candidate, you're kind of definitionally part of this PMC. Sure, there's folks like me who support Bernie Sanders very strongly, and we, kind of enjoy making fun of, people who get a big, a lot of sort of adrenal rush because of Elizabeth Warren's Medium posts. And, fair enough, we're professional, we're PMC too. My answer is not very material, which is that PMC is a state of mind, and that's what we're critiquing. And that's, sort of the point. I mean, you and I were just exchanging a little bit back and forth on Brazil. I had the pleasure of interviewing, Celso Amorim, who was Lula da Silva's foreign minister, as people, and I mean, sure, this is he and Lula were joined at the hip. Lula's this extraordinary working class president. Celso's a highly educated, multilingual diplomat, but their mindset was the same. I think that's kind of what we're getting to. The other things that I just want to inject in the conversation that I really would like you to delineate for us, because you also have a great piece in the New Republic called "The Myth of Economic Reductionism." And I feel like there's three or four things, and I'll try to be as concise as possible, but they seem to all get knotted up. So one is a piece of history that you point out and most people like to ignore, which is that insofar as there is a representation in politics of so-called, I mean, we wouldn't say class or left in the authentic sense, but say people in the Democratic side or the labor side of politics who wanted to explicitly appeal to racism or demagoguery or pretend that those issues didn't exist, that would be the Clinton and Tony Blair third way of the 19...
Isn't that ironic,
right.
by the way?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So that the people who follow in that tradition, there was actually Democratic presidents who, you know, demonized poor people of color, who advocated, you know, David Blunkett, who was Tony Blair's home minister, called migrants. He called it dumping on our country, right? That's one thread. Yeah. And then the other two things that I think are valuable to distinguish. Then there's the one that kind of is floating in the air, which is an obsession with technical expertise as like an end in and of itself, which I think, you know, is very reflective. And then there's this tension between, and I think the most useful debate is, so I learn a hell of a lot from you, and I learn a hell of a lot from Bill Fletcher Jr., who is also, you know, a socialist. And when I hear Bill Fletcher Jr., he might, you know, you guys might have different perceptions of things like reparations and so on, but he's still talking about overcoming white supremacy as part of a socialist project, not as a negation of cross-boundary unity, which is how it is primarily deployed in these conversations. So I know it's a lot, but I just wanted to kind of set the playing field, and maybe you could elaborate in any way you want.
Sure. Well, I mean, let me start out with the first because this gives me a rare opportunity to set the record straight about something. Because I've heard, I've seen. Well, I should preface this by saying that I'm not really on social media at all. Like, I spent about
lucky you
2 or 3 months on Facebook a number of years ago, and it felt like a back door to my life was open. And then I shut it down. Right?
Lucky, yes.
So I've never been on Twitter, so any of that. So I don't.
You do have a very active Instagram page.
Oh, I had no idea.
I'm just kidding. I'm joking.
Oh, okay. Thank God for that.
No, it's absolutely a joke.
Okay, good.
Yes.
But I've gotten wind from time to time. Other people have pointed out to me that there's a line out there somewhere that once upon a time I used to care about racism, but I don't anymore.
Right.
And here's the thing, right? Like, so you know, I came out of the left, and after Reagan was elected in 1980, and a little nearer the mark, once it became clear that Reagan wasn't going to be another version of Nixon, and was really serious, I decided, okay, well, this means that I need to rethink, you know, how I relate to liberals, and I was at that point part of a general intellectual tendency that included people like Francis Fox Piven and Michael K. Brown, and later on, you know, Joe Quadagno and others, who had begun with a left, trying to fashion a left critique of the American welfare state. And then by the time that we thought we were getting someplace with it, you know, the Reaganites launched their attack on it, followed by the formation of the Democratic Leadership Council in 1985. So then people like us turned to defending the welfare state. Then by the late 80s, we start getting that, you know, the emergence of that tendency around Clinton that you mentioned initially. Clinton and, frankly, you know, William Lewis Wilson and others. Paul Starr, for instance, had an article in an early issue of the American Prospect where he openly and explicitly yearned to for American politics to go back to the 40s, before race became an issue. So that then led people like me to attack Clinton, Wilson, and others of of that ilk for precisely the way that they tried to use race in the form of demonizing mainly poor people of color, right? Poor mainly people of color, right? As an image with this when your rhetoric like playing by the rules and I mean the truly needy and all the rest of that stuff, while at the same time wanting to show that they were tough on crime and so forth and so on. And that's when that same group of people plus others who were younger and newer and maybe even smarter began to articulate a critique that showed that contemporary racial economic inequalities, some strains of contemporary racial inequalities had their roots, at least part, in a discriminatory implementation of what supposedly had been universalistic programs earlier, right? But then what happens, and is because history doesn't stop rolling, and
Professor,
late 90s.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
You cut out for just a moment. Sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, well, yes, I said what happened was that since history keeps rolling.
Yes, please.
By the end of the 90s and early 2000s, or like into the 2000s, like at least by the Obama presidency, all of a sudden this sort of right wing of the Democratic Party, right technocratic wing of the Democratic Party that had sought to get ideological leverage by beating up on poor black people with a sleight of hand, all of a sudden switch gears, as it were, and become the avatars of an identitarian rhetoric that projects the same kind of partial technocratic right-wing approach like to social policy and social justice. And that culminates then in 2016 with Hillary Clinton making that infamous statement that if you break up the big banks, I mean, that wouldn't do anything about racism. And to which I said no, and it wouldn't cure the heartbreak of psoriasis either, but it would be a way to start trying to make most working people's lives of whatever color or gender.
You don't remember MLK's infamous, the war in Vietnam, stopping it would not help integrated lunch count?
No, I guess I must have slept that day.
Whoa.
So, I mean, anyway, that's what I would say about the first point, right? I mean, I'm not sure that's quite on the mark. But
no, I just want to really echo. I mean, this is almost embarrassing to do it, but the notion that, I mean, anybody who's read your work with comprehension capacity and non-cynicism would, the fundamental commitment to
anybody who's read your work with comprehension and not cynicism, is that what he said? A nice preemptive diss or dunk on anybody who's read it and didn't get it. But here we go.
Racism and anti-essentialism is the through line, but maybe there again is the distinction between what you would call essentialism and what like the African National Congress would call non-racialism. But at any rate, keep going, please. Yeah.
No, I mean, yeah.
So, as I said before, they are specifically, it can be kind of dry. All of this has been dry. The fact that we still have 25 people here, these are interesting times. People are feeling stifled, and the COVID, the global pandemic has resulted in people having a lot of like nervous, weird energy. People take it onto Twitter. People take it onto streams. People getting real spicy, and there's a lot of little controversies that the tendency of these controversies is to oversimplify complex issues, and as you're seeing, just getting to the heart of a way that history has been both whitewashed and labor washed when it comes to Black intellectual history specifically. It requires sitting there and actually working through it. Like it's not just like there's not just like a quick take that you can plug in and then go and then like spew out on Twitter and you'll magically have said the thing that needed to be said. Like, it's not easy. And I'm so far from being in a position where I can confidently back up a lot of things that, I have takes that I would think, hey, I should be able to say this. This is probably something that I think it needs to be said. But at the same time, I'm like, no, I've got more research to do, I just found this particular essay out of this collection to be very sort of like, I guess, thought-provoking, but not just like in the immediate moment that I read it, but also going forward over the course of like the next couple months after the time that I first read it. Once again, thank you to the Fields for purchasing me this book when I did a little fundraiser to get this book. It's a very expensive book. It's not a book that I can just give you a PDF to. It's very new, and it is being used by a handful of class-conscious, anti-racist professors, including Dr. Adolph Reed, and it's being used to establish. They're basically saying, like, look, since the 70s, there's been a lot of literature on these things written, but a lot of them miss really important aspects of what was going on, or the way that the historians were interpreting what they're seeing. So what was it that she said? So this is Judith Stein, and she had said that these authors, I think she says, I want to actually find it. Is it on the first page? Yeah, most historians possess the disconnected ideology characteristic of the dominant intellectual traditions of their class and era, right? So this is what she's going after, is that there are ways that history and its passage through time is carried on not in a so neutral way. I think everybody has a basic understanding that that's true, that the historians are suspect, that they bring with them into the analysis, they bring with them their own prejudices and internalized ways of filtering and perceiving. And that sometimes those are, a lot of the times in a capitalist society, those are going to be a sort of reproduction of the existing conditions. And especially when we're talking about radical Black, farmers, organizing with poor whites. We're talking about something that people like Booker T. Washington, and more importantly, the people who were funding him, choosing him as a winner over other people who were speaking at the time. There's a reason why his agenda was what it was. And there's also, more importantly, a reason why it was in the ruling class's interest that he was elevated above the rest of the crowd. That's what I'm trying to say. In my most I'm trying not to be so convoluted, but okay. So we're on the last stretch of this. To the folks just joining, welcome. We are doing a little history dive to talk about something that there are like the book Settlers, for instance, is very popular on the left right now. In 2016, when Donald Trump won, it became a meme. Read Settlers, and that has recently resurfaced, and that is a book that has some probably important things. I'll say that it has important things to say. But one of the things that you got to be wary of is this thing that Stein is critiquing here, which is the habit for decades and decades for historians to just apply the explanation of racism onto situations that obscures the way that power in its interrelated political economic configurations was operating at the time. This is what happens when you come and you're going through the historical data and you're reading everything through the lens of those four categories we talked about earlier: accommodation, militance, self-help, and protest. That's basically the four categories that are most emphasized by all of these mainstream and most read historians at the time, and that even the radical, quote-unquote, revisionist types of scholars reproduce this in their own ways sometimes, especially when they reduce everything down to attitudes. Black struggle was succeeding for this time. Why? Because the ruling class whites were favorable towards them. And then later, not so much anymore. Now there's a resurgence of racism. Okay, well, what's really going on there, though? What's really going on there? Why were the industrial capitalists sometimes on the side of freed slaves, but then other times on the side of planters? That primarily, she's arguing, boiled down to wanting to exploit cheap labor. And then we're also going to get into it, but dividing up and suppressing and obstructing the possibilities of not just third parties, but of populism in general. On to section 6, the final section, the last 5 pages. Here we go, folks. Am I still here? Are y'all still here? Is there anyone here? What's going on here? Oh, we got 21 people. Cool. We'll continue. Writing about disenfranchisement. Yay, Quack's here. Good. Writing about disenfranchisement, Harlan says, quote, "Disenfranchisement did not come with the single force of a tidal wave, but more like the ordinary rising tide, the breakers of each secession election." We're gonna have to read this whole fucking thing over again. I'm going back to the beginning of the whole essay. I'm just gonna reread the whole thing now. Okay, writing about disenfranchisement, Harlan says, quote, "Disenfranchisement did not come with the single force of a tidal wave, but more like the ordinary rising tide, the breakers of each successive election or legislative session rolling higher until only vestiges of the black vote of Reconstruction were left." End quote. So Harlan, the one we just quoted, who is describing this so metaphorically, this is one of the mainstream historians that Stein is critiquing. She says, "Metaphor, however, does not elucidate the process. Neither does a multi-causation theory. The quote-unquote disenfranchised movement," Harlan concludes, quote, "grew because of mounting racism, fear of populist radicalism, and even progressive reformism." End quote. Who's mounting racism? Harlan explains that Washington, privately with and through whites of goodwill, sought to moderate the politics of the more inimical whites, a code word for the poor whites. Okay, hold on. So inimical just means poor? We'll see. I'm going to reread that, don't worry. Tending to obstruct or harm. Tending to obstruct or harm. Unfriendly or hostile. The uncivil whites. Okay. Harlan concludes that the disenfranchisement movement grew because of mounting racism, fear of populist radicalism, and even progressive reformism. And then Stein says, who's mounting racism? Harlan explains that Washington, privately with and through whites of goodwill, sought to moderate the politics of the poor, quote, inimical whites, a code word for the poor whites. Instead of rolling in waves, efforts to restrict the electorate followed periods of popular opposition. The election law of 1882 succeeded the Greenback labor challenge. The Sayre law followed the bitter Kolb insurgency in 1892. Despite legal and illegal barriers, black and white votes increased as long as a populist party could sustain its organization. Even its very existence in the late 1890s, after annual defeats had sapped its strength, raised the specter that a populist victory would produce new election laws. Planters and industrialists were determined to write restrictions into the Constitution where they could not be removed by simple legislative appeal or repeal. So after all of this suppression, we're talking late 1890s, the planters and industrialists, the Democrats and the Republicans, because remember, the planters are the Democrats, the industrialists are the Republicans. Yeah. It's the late 1890s, and they're still trying to change the Constitution to make it so that no populism will be possible. In 1892, the Alabama Democratic Platform urged a constitutional convention, looking to the Mississippi Plan of 1890 as a model. Democrats feared, however, to initiate a convention in 1893 because of the active opposition of the alliances and the Populist Party. So long as the poor were politically active, constitutional disenfranchisement was infeasible. Disenfranchisement occurred only after the violent destruction of populism, when the agrarian poor of both races were intimidated and left without effective organization. Although the greatest support for constitutional revision came from the Black Belt, industrialists held the key positions in the 1901 Alabama Convention that achieved constitutional disenfranchisement. The chairman, John Knox, a lawyer for the dominant Louisville and Nashville Railroad, was from Anniston, a new industrial town in Calhoun County, a center of populism and strikes. He wrote in The Outlook a few years later after the convention, quote, "The true philosophy of the movement was to establish restricted suffrage voting and to place the power of the government in the hands of the intelligent and virtuous, the rich." The language was almost identical to the words of the Black Belt Selma Times had used to celebrate the virtues of the 1892 Sayre Law, which had placed, quote, "authority in the hands of those best qualified to serve the people and promote their interests," end quote. To Knox, restriction was justified because let's be clear. So this was all directly inspired by the Sayre Law. The Sayre is spelled Sayre law, Sayre Law, and so the purpose, the express purpose of that law was to place all authority in the hands of those quote unquote best qualified to serve the people and promote their interests. To Knox, restriction was justified because, quote, "to say that those whose participation in the affairs of the state would endanger and imperil the good of the state have nevertheless the right to participate is not only fallow in itself, but it is to set the individual above it." Okay, I'm going to break that sentence down because it's a little lot. So, to Knox, restriction was justified because to say that those whose participation in the affairs of the state would endanger and imperil the good of the state have nevertheless the right to participate is not only fallow in itself, but it is to set the individual above it. So basically, he's saying that, look, you want to have like representation under the law, but you want to have these uncivil, uneducated, poor people, black and white, both like having equal say to people who know how to run society. I don't think so. That would be to put individuals above society, because we want the good of the state, we want the good of the society. The good of the society requires that those who are best fit to lead. So when he says that he uses a metaphor about soil, saying the word fallow. That's unimportant. We don't need to get into that. It doesn't matter. I've summarized what he's saying. So anyway, it was just a confusing sentence. Hey, Key to the Fields, have you heard me all of these times that I mentioned you by name? Because I've thanked you probably 2 or 3 times during this stream, because you purchased this book for me, or at least you donated to the. You were the one who made the crowdfunding campaign for this book short and sweet. So thank you. I read this particular essay a few weeks ago. month and a half ago. Hell, actually, it might have been like 2 months by now, because yeah, it was kind of before lockdown. So anyway, yeah, I appreciate it. This particular essay, though, has really stuck with me for a lot of reasons. If you're just getting here and you listen for a minute, you'll probably pick up on why. But we're basically talking about institutionalized racism, following as a direct follow-up to the structural or the systemic suppression of populism, specifically labor populism, what would later be called the Rainbow Coalition by MLK and the Reverend Jesse Jackson and the Black Panthers as well. So, all right, the period of 1897, 1903 to 1903 represented years of renewed working class organization in Birmingham. The State Federation of Labor, formed in 1900, with black unionists in executive positions, was a major vehicle of racial cooperation. During 1899 and 1900, when the convention was being discussed, unskilled black miners and coke and steel workers had organized locals that engaged in militant extended strikes, belying Birmingham's claims that it offered industrialists a cheap, docile, and divided labor force. Docile means obedient. Workers in Birmingham, although in opposition to disenfranchisement, were fighting for their organization's legitimacy at the time of the convention. Although disenfranchisement would ultimately make that work more difficult, the labor movement in Alabama was too weak and its potential numbers too small to mobilize a state opposition to disenfranchisement. Hello, Ingle. The main opposition to disenfranchisement came predictably from the wiregrass section of southeastern Alabama, the hill country and older mining towns, areas of former or current populist strength. But although populists opposed disenfranchisement, the small number who voted for their delegates testifies to the demoralization of the old organization after years of struggle and defeat. The ability to arouse people to defend voting rights in 1892 had been based on the union of formal rights and a party and program that promised changes in state policy. Events of the later 1890s eroded that hope. It was difficult to mobilize a defeated people to preserve rights that had not helped them gain their substantive ends. One black editor wrote, quote, "It is goodbye with poor white folks and N-words now, for the train of disenfranchisement is on the rail and will come thundering upon us like an avalanche. There is no use crying. We have got to shoot the chute." End quote. Basically, someone just being like, well, all of that, the couple decades of working class populist, coalition building, I guess we're going to have to just fold because we just, the suppression, the violence, the obstruction, it's gone on for over 20 years. We're our numbers are waning. We're losing strength. We've proven defeat after defeat after defeat. Like, we're not able to withstand the kinds of Tuskegee-like organizations, the Mr. Booker T. Washington type individuals who are advocating for blacks to become obedient, get in line, internalize capitalism, play the game according to the rules, which is actually something that they were referencing Bill Clinton bringing back that rhetoric in the interview we were watching. But anyway, the 20th century decline in voting revealed the success of the upper class in 1901. The most complete disenfranchisement, of course, occurred among blacks. As always, the greatest fear of the laboring classes showed itself in black belt areas. Disenfranchisement secured the labor and political needs of the black belt ruling class, which continued until the mechanization of cotton picking after World War II made the plantations less dependent upon black labor. It also allowed the industrialists to rule Alabama. The reduction of the number of black and white lower class votes and the elite's tight control of the machinery of elections made popular challenges to the Southern system impossible. Oh, you've only been here for 10 minutes. Well, welcome. The reduction of the number of black and white lower class votes and the elite's tight control of the machinery of elections made popular challenges to the Southern system impossible. Yeah, we've got like 3 pages left. To see disenfranchisement purely in terms of race, therefore, is inaccurate in several ways. Poor whites and white populists were targets too. But more important, to ignore Alabama's need to control the lower classes obscures the fact that racial controls were forms of class control and had identical roots. Periods of increasing racism, like the first decade of the 20th century, also showed increasing labor exploitation. The nature of these controls changed given the historical patterns of black and white labor. In the New South of the 19th century, blacks were the principal source of labor exploitation within the plantation belt, while many whites, although poor, were outside the cash crop economy. This situation was modified in the late 19th century when formerly independent white farmers were drawn into the plantation economy as sharecroppers and tenants or joined blacks as part of the industrial proletariat. Yet the richest planters, and they were the ones who dominated the Democratic Party, used and preferred black laborers. Their domination of blacks served others, too. The racial controls that functioned to extract surplus value from black labor did this for all farm labor, which in turn produced the manpower for cheap industrial labor. You know, I'm not going to unpack the LVC right now, labor theory of value, in its historical genesis, complexity, and the way that Marx critiques and expands it in certain ways. But we'll just say this: surplus value being extracted. What does that basically mean? Look, if you're getting paid $50 a week to do a certain amount of work, and then the bosses say, all right, well, we actually need you to work an extra day a week, and we need you to work 2 hours longer every day that you're working. You say, oh, can I get a raise? Well, obviously, either we give you a raise or just tell you, no, sorry, times are tough. Now, in either situation, the raise is not going to be very much, and definitely not the value that you're producing. Because if you think about it, if you're getting paid $50 and you're producing a certain amount of value, and then you get like a slight raise, but you're working a lot more, either a lot more intensely or a lot longer hours or days in the week, where's all that extra value you're creating going to? That's the exploitation of surplus value. That's the surplus is the extra value that you're creating. It's the extra value that you're creating that is over and above what you need to survive, because ultimately capital, because your commodity, is always going to, in times of stress, pay you the least amount possible to be able to survive, in the exact same way that when things get tough and you are making other commodities, you're going to have to go to cutting costs as much as possible and going to bare reproduction. And the bare reproduction of the commodities that you're making includes the bare reproduction of the laborer. And the reproduction of the laborer is through what we call subsistence, which means survival. And so what's the cost of survival? What's the average cost of survival? You're probably going to get paid a little less than that whenever times get tough. That's kind of the point. And sometimes when things aren't tough, when times are booming, when things are going great, this is literally just an incentive in the logic of the system itself. And this is just one of the many forms of domination, of abstract domination that is operating all of the time around us. So I'll reread that last bit. Once again, what is surplus value? It's just the extra value that you create that you're not getting paid for. And that value is created either by making you work more intensely or making you work longer. So longer and harder. I'll reread that sentence. Their domination of blacks served, so their meaning these rich planters. These rich planters' domination of blacks served others too. The racial controls that functioned to extract surplus value from black labor did this for all farm labor, which in turn produced the manpower for cheap industrial labor. The varieties, so this is one of the ways that, capitalists and planters, they're getting along. They're complementing each other in this situation, right? Democrats and Republicans seeing a mutual interest in exploiting this labor source. The varieties of forms of control used for black and white labor and the usefulness of the physical attributes of race as a means of exploitation only underscored the historicity of the labor systems and labor relations in the United States. Basically meaning that, you know, the physical attributes of race are basically just a useful thing for dividing people up. It just makes it easier to exploit people. That's all it's saying. Constitutional disenfranchisement was tailored to disenfranchised plantation workers by requiring literacy, cash payments, and the absence of a criminal record. The wide discretion given registrars provided the extra insurance to deny the determined voter. The early 20th century political devices developed to neutralize the voters of the urban working class in northern cities through city manager plans, nonpartisan tickets, etc., were obviously different from the southern disenfranchisement, yet the two phenomena must be seen as having similar purposes. By removing the lower class from politics, disenfranchisement had enormous effects upon subsequent black and white political movements. It encouraged among northern blacks petite bourgeois notions like Du Bois' talented tenth. Although northern black leaders personally possess the talented tenth, I think it's just saying that like every population has a talented tenth of the population fit to lead. Although northern black leaders personally possessed more rights, they were basically proposing solutions for all the black people, 9/10 of whom were Southern. The prevalent Northern ideologies, like the Southern, were based upon appeals to the ruling elements of society. Whereas Washington tried to persuade whites of their self-interest, Du Bois appealed to their sense of justice and morality. Although Washington urged blacks to build up racial enterprises and Du Bois to fight for constitutional rights, both positions fused in practice. The two leaders perceived their roles as elevating a passive population. So yeah, these historians who whitewash and labor wash the history, whether on purpose or by accident, just by mere fact of carrying their own prejudices into the analysis, juxtapose, which is to say set in opposition, Washington and Du Bois, as though Du Bois was the radical and Washington was the more normie friendly, you know, establishment type person. This person, the Dr. Judith Stein, is arguing that this is kind of a false dichotomy because there was also other stuff going on at the time. I'm actually really going to quick do pronounce Du Bois, because I've heard it pronounced that way, but I also feel like I could be doing it wrong because I've heard people say Du Bois.
.com.
Du Bois.
All right. Well, as long as that YouTube video tells me that I can say Du Bois, I'm gonna keep saying Du Bois. Yeah. Okay. I don't feel quite so foolish now. Thank you, YouTube, for telling me what I needed to hear. All right. Whereas Washington tried to persuade whites of their self-interest, Du Bois appealed to their sense of justice and morality. Although Washington urged blacks to build up racial enterprises and Du Bois to fight for constitutional rights, both positions fused in practice. The two leaders perceived their roles as elevating a passive population. Within the South, constitutional disenfranchisement had more effect on the forms of black opposition than it did on the actions of the ruling class, whose behavior had merely been reinforced by the constitutional changes. Within the potential, sorry, that music got really dramatic there. Without the potential of mass politics, the militancy of black workers and farmers remained local. They were denied the possibility of linking up with other groups and deprived of the hope of participating in state governments. Let me repeat that because I think it's a point often missed by comrades, and I think it's very important. And this isn't to call anyone out because to me, it's a way of, I mean, it applies to almost everybody who does political stuff, right? It applies almost across the board. A lot of people I respect. I think it's a point that they would do well to think about. Without the potential of mass politics, the militancy of black workers and farmers remained local. They were denied the possibility of linking up with other groups and deprived of the hope of participating in state governments. So there's this thing about leveraging power, where if you remain local, you aren't able to do anything that, there's a lot of earlier in this essay, there's a lot about the federal government and using using money from the federal government to undermine the smaller independent workers and farmers, and instead to prop up monopolies. And so that's because these giant organizations always know the power of that kind of broad support. That's why the ruling class, although they are fraught with disagreements across the board, they recognize their shared ruling class interest, right? And as such, like, they do their utmost to suppress the kinds of organizing that can actually do anything beyond something strictly local over here or over there. And just to tie it back into my last video essay that relied heavily on Inventing the Future, that book, Inventing the Future, one of its big critiques of the left over the course of the last 70 years has been this fixation on politics of immediacy. Politics of immediacy and localism go hand in hand, but they are not the same thing. There's just a lot of similarity there, and they go together well. And it's good for getting in circles with people and performing the way you wish society was, or the way that you wish other people would change, but it's not necessarily able to exercise the kind of power that longer term planning and sacrifice demands. So yeah, that's what she's getting at right here with when she said, without the potential of mass politics, the militancy of black workers and farmers remained local. They were denied the possibility of linking up with other groups and deprived of the hope of participating in state governments. Just remember that this is after 30 years or so of suppression of the kind of populism that had millions of people involved. Millions of people. Disenfranchisement permitted the passage of Jim Crow laws. Since racial separation in major areas of social life was written into law, interracial action among the South's poor could be attempted only by heroes, not ordinary men. The condition that allowed blacks and whites to cooperate during the period of the Colored Farmers Alliance and the Southern Alliance had disappeared, and a mass populist movement was unthinkable. Instead, black efforts to improve the conditions of black people were channeled into Tuskegee-like institutions, or else black militants migrated. Black businessmen frequently became community leaders in the cities. Learning from Washington that politics was an essential supplement to economic activity, the business elite attempted to influence the politics of the South, but with non-political organizations dedicated to purely racial goals. Where black populists had believed the race's particular burdens could be removed only by popular power, the black petite bourgeoisie of the 20th century attempted to bargain with those who ruled. So this is the Washington, the Booker T. Washington type. Their whole thing was bargaining with those who ruled. Because disenfranchisement immunized them from black mass pressure, they initially conducted single-issue campaigns against the new racial laws and created ad hoc organizations unconnected with the tradition of mass populism. Without support from either the white elite or the black majorities, because that's the thing, you lose the majority when you decide you're just going to abandon populism. Their struggles against the new Jim Crow laws collapsed. After boycotting failed to remove laws mandating Jim Crow streetcars in some southern cities, they attempted to establish transportation companies of their own, but their efforts to provide the first-class service the laws proscribed failed. For poor whites cut off from the black working and agricultural classes by disenfranchisement and Jim Crow, mass politics became impossible. They drifted into apathy and individual quest for survival, which sometimes involved opportunistic practices against blacks. Southern politicians proclaimed a white solidarity and ritually attacked quote, the interests as well as other alien forces, but countenanced the domination of their society by the owners of capital. After the destruction of populism, therefore, one by one, the institutions of the South erected barriers, making it difficult to challenge Southern society from within. Disenfranchisement and Jim Crow institutionalized modes of black protest that had previously existed only as tendencies. Now they were reinforced by social forces affecting all Southern classes. This pattern survived as the basis of the Southern order until after World War II. This was the era of Booker T. Washington. We will return to that and reread it. This is the last paragraph of this essay. To understand the development of black leadership and movements, the language of mechanical oscillations between protest and withdrawal, integration and nationalism, is inadequate. I have tried to suggest a framework that makes intelligible the facts that are known and to point to areas that need to be investigated. The form and content of black politics depended on the experiences of the various classes that composed the society in which it operated. The resulting black culture included the development of a number of strategies. Implicit in the view I have tried to present is that one cannot understand the development of culture and politics from within the black community alone. Most historians accept this in the abstract. In practice, the dialectic operating between blacks and whites is ignored, and racism is given as the explanation of behavior. While racism has been presented in American history, it has not been causal. While racism has been present in American history, it has not been causal. Obviously, it's causal for certain, one-on-one or, specific instances of, this group against this group or whatever. But when we're talking about the movement of American history, what she's trying to say, I think, is that the dominant factor is not that racism is the effect. Okay, that the causal issue here is that the ruling class, specifically the industrialists and the planters, that is an alliance between Democrats and Republicans to create a two-party system that would exclude any possibility of populism, to exclude any possibility of a third party, said, look, we need to break up this populism we're seeing between blacks and whites. We need to break up the poor. We need to break up the working classes. They cannot be organizing. We cannot allow this. We must prop up people like Booker T. Washington who are going to just focus on self-help and protest and not any of these bigger structural changes that the populists had been pushing for between the 1870s and 90s. So while racism, she continues, while racism has been present in American history, it has not been causal. To understand the behavior of various white groups towards blacks and blacks towards whites, one must understand the larger forces at work and the structures of power in the society. By reifying and isolating race consciousness and racism, these relationships are ignored, with the result that the function of racism in maintaining the power of the bourgeoisie is distorted. And we are led to believe that men make history according to their racial likes and dislikes. Or that history is something that revolves around the attitudes of white allies, for that matter, which is something that she brought up earlier in the essay. And that's the end of it. I'm going to reread the last two paragraphs again because it really does kind of draw together everything, and hearing it a second time might make it a lot more clear. But, there you have it, folks. We've done it. It only took 3 hours and 33 minutes, but we did it. What's up, folks? How's it going? Okay, Inga Leonora, sorry about that. Yeah, multi-chat is a pain to keep up with. That's why I have my personal site to kind of consolidate it all into one spot. It's like, hey, whatever's going to be on screen, people have to at least hop into the site, and there's a lot of other reasons why we have that site, but whatever. Anyway, so yeah, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for whoever's been here for the whole ride. Has anyone been here for the whole ride? I feel like Quack That Smackio and Good Workout Buddy, you both been here this whole time. Deterritorialization, you've been here the whole time. Who else has been here the whole time? A handful of you, because we've maintained like a steady 21 to 25 viewers between YouTube and Twitch. Dangerous Maybe's in the chat. What's up, Dangerous Maybe? We've got, I'm multi-streaming right now. I can do that finally because Twitch has finally, it's been taken like a month and a half, but I finally got off of affiliates. So it means I get to multi-stream now, which is dope. But this essay is one that I've been wanting to do for a long time. I mean, just read aloud. You know what I mean? I don't want to just get up here and be like, so I read this essay and this is what it said. No, these are times, these are hot take times, very contentious online. And I think that taking a breather, sitting down and, being guided, by, the likes of Adolph Reed and the people he's compiled in this, text, I think it's a time for that. So I really appreciate everybody for joining with it. A lot of the thesis of this essay is here in the conclusion. And if you want to see how the case was made and you're just getting here, well, then there's a whole bunch of history that we just went over. But basically the takeaway is that the northern industrial capitalists in the U.S., those were the Republicans, and the planters, the former slave owners, who were basically still in the slave trade after the fact through sharecropping and other illegal practices that they were still getting away with. Those planters and those industrialists, though they fought at times, most of their disagreements were basically political positioning for the sake of exploiting labor. And if that meant institutionalizing racism and disenfranchisement and forcing segregation that was already mostly there at that point, it was about a cheap labor force. It was about union busing. It was about specifically suppressing populism. And for anybody who's been a part of the 2016 election cycle or this time around in 2020, you probably know very well what this suppression, this populist suppression is about. But I wanted you to see, to experience firsthand, it's not firsthand, but you know what I mean, to get a taste of how this is not new, that this systemic obstruction and interference and ruling class solidarity that is its entire mission is to disrupt, to divide, to obstruct, and to suppress populist working class interracial organizing has its roots. They go way back, and most academics who talk about racism perpetuate this Booker T. Washington fucking Du Bois like version of the story of the history that erases millions of people over the course of 30 years organizing and trying to create a popular resistance. Imagine if the Bernie wave built for 30 years. Imagine if there was an alliance of 1 million black farmers, 1 million black farmers, and then a couple, and then I don't know how many others, but millions of other people, all like coalition building. This is what we just came out of talking about. This happened, and this was suppressed through violence. This was suppressed through instituting new laws, not just laws that disenfranchise voters along racial lines, though that was a big part of it, but also just laws that would interfere with people being able to vote at all. They wanted to make it so that only students graduates specifically, people who've been to college, would be able to vote, right? And why did they want to do that? Well, because there's a class division between the professional managerial class, as Adolph Reed and Michael Brooks were talking about earlier, and regular working people. And regular working people used to intuitively have a pretty strong feeling that the boss and the landlord were not just their buddies or just respected figures to be looked up to, but also that there were divergent class interests at work, and that you, no matter what your color, no matter what your gender, no matter what your ability, have more in common with other people that are from the class of people who live from week to week and exchange their entire futures in return for those wages. You have more in common with everybody in that class than you do with anybody in the ruling class. I'll reread the last two paragraphs. Oh yeah, Be Awesome Fools have been here the whole time too. Yeah, on YouTube. Great. After the destruction of populism, therefore, one by one, the institutions of the South erected barriers, making it difficult to challenge Southern society from within. Disenfranchisement and Jim Crow institutionalized modes of black protest that had previously existed only as tendencies. So these were tendencies that existed, but they were institutionalized, right? Now they were reinforced by social forces affecting all Southern classes. This pattern survived as the basis of the Southern order until after World War II. This was the era of Booker T. Washington. To understand the development of the black leadership and movements, the language of mechanical oscillations between protest and withdrawal, integration and nationalism, is inadequate. I have tried to suggest a framework that makes intelligible the facts that are known and to point to areas that need to be investigated. The form and content of black politics depended on the experiences of the various classes that composed the society in which it operated. The resulting black culture included the development of a number of strategies. Implicit in the view I have tried to present is that one cannot understand the development of culture and politics from within the black community alone. Most historians accept this in the abstract. In practice, the dialectic operating between blacks and whites is ignored, and racism is given as the explanation of behavior. While racism has been present in American history, it has not been causal. To understand the behavior of various white groups toward blacks and blacks towards whites, one must understand the larger forces at work and the structure of power in the society. By reifying and isolating race consciousness and racism, these relationships are ignored, and the result that the function of racism in maintaining the power of the bourgeoisie is distorted, and we are led to believe that men make history according to their racial likes and dislikes, as opposed to capital and labor. You know, and I think that you might be picking up on what some might call a class reductionist strain. But if you think that this is class reductionist and you don't see how this obviously takes race to be a very serious component of how society is structured, then you might be missing something, because obviously Judith Stein cares. The point is that not always just throwing that word around do you get the explanation of what's really going on there. And sometimes it is going on there, but it's not the primary cause of what's going on there. So yes, it's a critique of the logic of liberalism first and foremost. Absolutely good workout, buddy. And that is exactly what I like about Adolph Reed's work that I've read so far. His histories of the left and of struggle and of race. It's good stuff. And, you know, it's not just him. He's not like a lone voice crying in the wilderness. There are others. Torrey F. Reed, for instance, is an amazing critic of the Obama administration and of the Ta-Nehisi Coates style of intellectual, the black intellectualism as it proceeds from the likes of Ta-Nehisi Coates. Torrey F. Reed is a great source to go to. I will share Between Obama and Coates, which is an article in a socialist journal, or an anti-capitalist journal called Catalyst. There is that. Here it is for you all in the other streams as well. So that's the link to Obama and Coates. It's a long one. I had a robot read it to me one time. I used Pocket to listen to it. You could also use Natural Voice Reader if you want to hear that robot read to you. I also want to share the link of the conversation between Michael Brooks and Adolph Reed that I was just talking about, or that I was playing clips of earlier. This is just one example. I think this is pretty early on. I think Michael Brooks is closer friends with Reed at this point, and the two of them have done a lot more discussions since the time of this one that was on the PMC class, Neoliberalism and Essentialism. And like, I can listen to Adolph Reed, but I suspect that he's too big-brained sometimes. Because he can come across a little dry. He's not theatrical. He's not performative. In fact, he really doesn't like performance, like, in general. Like, when people are uber performative, when people get focused on representation and symbolic stuff as opposed to what he calls material, like, you can pick up on a little bit of that. Like, he's like, I'm a hard realist. I'm just dealing with the realities, and I'm tired of all this fucking around that people are doing. Like, that's kind of like the mode that he's in. But he's witty. They have some laughs. It seems like they're laughs, Michael Brooks and Reed specifically. A lot of them are like kind of insider jokes it requires some like basic knowledge of leftist history to really get. But basically the where they both meet, where they both come together as a popular political pundit on the left and a professor, is that they saw Bernie as a return, a whisper, like an echo of something that could be built on, something that doesn't have to go away. Populism is in our veins. It runs back as far as there are populist, as far back as there are popular publics, right? As long as people are able to organize a mass movement, like, populism's there, and populism is always trying to be there. And every once in a while, someone comes along and they have the unique intersection of enough kinds of proficiency, kinds of like being able to speak to everyone, right, is not an easy task. And sometimes people come along and they're in it, and they've been in it their whole lives. And a lot of us feel like Bernie was really our one shot to do anything within the system in our lifetimes, unless we're talking about waiting 30 or 40 more years. So they talk about third parties right now. There's a lot of derision. People put down third parties because they are historically ineffective. We just read about some of the failures, but those failures were, like all other leftist failures, also not only due to internal contradictions, but also due to external opposition. And capital is powerful. The interests of the ruling class, that is power. And it can crush and stifle and obstruct and suppress. The mainstream media and the two-party system and the entire universe of media that revolves around that. And when I say media, I don't just mean the popular political pundits. I'm also talking about all of the forms of perception, consciousness, awareness, knowledge enhancing, like, behaviors and mediators that we use, from books to newspapers to podcasts to audiobooks. All of it is oversaturated by people who take really reductive, self-congratulatory, personal project, audience building modes to really complex and difficult subjects. And it's just, I've had to really restrain myself for the last week or two, because I'm not trying to tweet from the hip, so to speak. I still do, but I'm trying to, you know, I want to redirect that energy as much as possible into learning from my own betters, right? And once again, this was Renewing Black Intellectual History. I'm Theory Pleeb. I'm gonna check in with Clat, and then I'm gonna check in with class. Is that what I wanted to say? I wanted to say class. Well, I'm gonna check in with chat, and we're raiding out. The raid is not something that means anything to you. Oh, hold on. Let me close that other music off. Okay, there we go. The raid is from Twitch into some other Twitch streamer's stream. And so if you're on my personal website or on YouTube and you want to be a part of the raid, meaning that we are about to go from this chat on Twitch to another person's chat on Twitch. If you want to be a part of that, I will share a link with you in YouTube chat and on my personal site chat. But before we do it, I am checking in with chat. How's it going, chat? Anybody have any last words? Anything they'd like to share? Welcome, Anne. Let's make sure he doesn't stay unique, says Ghost in the Egg. That's absolutely right. I hope that everybody will go watch some more videos, interviews between Michael Brooks and Adolph Reed, and that also you'll look into folks like Troy F. Reed. Because folks, we can't let liberals continue. We can't do it. It will be the death of this planet. Marshall W. Gordon, if those are facts you're spitting, then great. Good work. Thanks for sharing. So folks, I just shared the link in YouTube chat. Here's the link in my personal site chat. And we're going to raid $27. Yeah, and if you do Discord in one of the main streams, YouTube or on Twitch, there should be a link there that I hope will work, so that you can join the Discord and get access to new stuff. Folks, look, if you stayed this long, if you stayed for 3.5 hours for this essay, holy fucking shit, you're badass. It's pure ideology, indeed. Much love. Take care. Oh, well, we've got nine viewers are ready to raid $27. Well, where's the rest of you? There should be 9 more of you. Where is everybody? Get in here. All right, let's do it.
Right, there was some chat I wanted to check on. Give me a wee second. Oh shit, we got a raid. Who is it? Oh, Theory, how you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for the raid. Welcome. Welcome, raiders. Good to see y'all. How you all doing? Welcome. How was your stream? Hope it went well. So, yeah, I was just watching some Piers Morgan actually being on the right side for a change, talking about the UK government the Tory government's ridiculous messaging over the last few days about what people have to do with regards to their work. And I mean, on Sunday night, it was ridiculous. 7 o'clock on a Sunday night, he went out and said that people who couldn't work from home could now go to work on Monday morning without having like any talks with their bosses. Or how are you going to get in touch with your boss at 7 o'clock on a Sunday night? So what, were people just turning up the next day and hoping the place they work was open? It was a shambles, and all these stupid rules that they've been coming out with, and there's holes in them, and Piers has actually done a not bad job at pointing out some of these holes. So that's what we've been doing. We've been watching that.
This nature scenery is pretty cool.
It was interesting to see Piers Morgan actually being on the right side of it for a change. What's this one?
I get very frustrated when I hear a lot of this stuff, because to me...
Is that Gary Lineker? Jaxie, is that Gary Lineker?
All I can see is mountains.
All you can see is what? Oh, shit. Sorry. I need to turn the thing on. It's probably just someone that looks a bit like him.
No, it's not.
No.
Gary Lineker also has really shit text things.
I get very frustrated when I hear a lot of this stuff, because to me, when you're facing a global pandemic...
This guy over here with the glasses and the magnificent mustache, what's his name again? He's a doctor that did like...
All right, well, that's what's going on at $27 if you want to look up that stream. I'm hosting it still on Twitter, Twitch, whatever. It's at twitch.tv/$27. That's where you can find him. It's 27 with the numbers and then dollars spelled out. To the person I just blocked on YouTube who is calling Adolph Reed Jr. a goofy looking dude who said nothing in the entire essay. It was actually Judith Stein who was speaking in the essay, and the goofy looking dude is definitely one of your betters, and you could probably do with a little bit more time spent trying to read and listen to books in general, because if all you heard was nothing, that says a lot more about your comprehension abilities, which is an educational issue. Not that we would agree we would not necessarily agree if your reading comprehension were better, but you wouldn't think that he was saying, or that she was saying nothing. That's all. So it's like, yeah, it might sound like nothing, but that's because you got to exercise those muscles. That's not something that the current system really wants to encourage. You know what I mean? So it's not even a you problem. That's just a problem in general. So no real resentment there. I just blocked you because like you shouldn't be calling professors goofy looking dudes. But anyway, I have respect for the guy, and you should too. So folks, it's been good. Take care. Much love.